We have to make clear that governments exist to serve the interests of citizens and not the other way around.
Open government is a new way to think about collaboration around governance.
To me, open government means the ability to be a part of the change that you want to see.
현장에서 일하거나 그런 사람들의 의견이랑 그 정책이랑 또 어긋나는 부분이 있을 수 있으니까
직접 선택한 결과니까 자신이 더 책임을 지지 않을까 싶습니다.
내가 얘기해가지고 좋아질 건 없겠지만은 그래도 하고 싶은 말을 하면은 속이라도 시원할 것 같아요.
서민들의 현장 그리고 실생활 일부분들은 대의를 반영하지 못하는 부분이 분명 있을 것 같아서 충분한 의견 수렴이 필요하다고 생각합니다.
바빠가지고 그거는
그런 방법은 아직 접근하는 방법 잘 모르겠습니다.
우리 일상 속에서 찾아볼 수 있는 거의 모든 공공행정 분야가 바로 시민참여 영역이라고 할 수 있습니다.
저희 홈페이지를 방문하셔서 새로운 제안을 하실 수도 있고
일단 본인이 관심 있는 주제를 좀 조사하시면 관계가 있는 NGO들이 있어요. 그렇게 참여하는 방법이 있을 수 있고요. 또는 자기 속해 있는 지역의 지자체에 관심 있는 법이라든지 예산이라든지 이런 데에 참여하시는 분들 굉장히 많습니다.
What will it take to solve the biggest challenges of our time? What will it take to include everyone's voice in how decisions are made? We need an idea that's bold and ambitious, with people at its heart. That idea is open government. An open government is transparent, inclusive, participatory, and accountable. So governments don't just serve themselves, they work with citizens both in and out of government to develop smarter policies and improved services that make things better for everyone. And we all get to see how decisions are made, ask questions, and hold power to account. People like you are using the Open Government Partnership to create and implement thousands of initiatives that are transforming societies around the world. Open budgets and contracts are ensuring that money isn't lost to corruption. Having a say in public services has let citizens shape the communities they live in. Equal access to the justice system and public information is open to everyone, especially the most vulnerable. The potential of technology is harnessed while safeguarding against digital threats. And our fundamental freedoms are strengthened, letting us voice our needs and concerns safely. OGP provides a platform for reformers to co-create solutions, monitor progress, and share knowledge with peers across the globe. But for this to work, we need more reformers in government to open new doors, allies outside government to help find ambitious solutions, and partners around the world to support these efforts. We need you. Join us in building a better, more open world.
포용적 디지털이란 말 사실 처음 듣는 말인데
공부를 할 수 있는 방법? 세상을 조금 더 편안하게 해주는 것?
남녀노소 10대부터 90대까지 편할 수 있는 시스템이
디지털 혁신이라고 하는 기술과 방법과 절차들이 활용되는 것이 디지털 혁신에 의한 민주주의라고 할 수 있고요. 여기에서 포용적이라는 것은 국민 누구도 한 명이라도 소외되지 않고 모두 다 민주주의에 참여할 수 있도록 만들어준다는 측면에서 포용적 디지털 혁신이라고 할 수 있겠습니다.
조금 더 자세한 설명이 있었으면 좋을 것 같아요.
사용이 어려운 이유가 사용 방법이 익숙치가 않아서이기 때문에
쉬운 언어로 표현하는 게 좀 좋은 방법일 것 같습니다.
어르신들도 접할 수 있게 교육이 좀 필요하다고 생각합니다.
디지털 활용에 어려움을 겪고 계시는 국민들이 많습니다. 그런 국민들을 위해서 저희는 전국의 디지털 배움터 1000개소를 운영하면서 필요하신 디지털 역량들을 교육해드리는 사업을 펼치고 있습니다.
보이는 것, 다 알 수 있는 것.
거짓이 없어야 되고
사실대로 말하는 거.
맑은 신현물같이 다 보여지는 것을 말합니다.
교육이 가장 공정하다고 생각하는 것 같습니다.
우리나라는 임금 문제는 공정합니다.
블라인드 채용이 확대되고 해서 고용 쪽에서도 예전에 비해서 많이 좀 투명해진 것 같습니다.
약간 새치기 안 하는 거. 이런 거 해도 되나?
투명성은 명확하지 않은 것을 성공으로 바꿀 수 있습니다.
포장된 말을 하지 않고 원래 하고 싶은 말 하는 그런.
좀 일부러 숨기는 게 없어야 하지 않을까요?
The ideal standard first is that a lot more information can be shared than people think they can be shared. I think the information that certainly should be shared is about government operations.
부패 방지 정책에 있어서 국민이 참여하고 협력할 수 있는 민간 협의회 등을 구축하고 운영하여 온 것이라 생각합니다.
시민들의 의식과 눈높이, 그리고 정부의 노력, 그리고 IT를 비롯한 기술의 발전이 크게 기여했다고 생각합니다.
좀 자유롭고 숨기는 게 없는 그런.
국민들과 잘 소통할 수 있는 정부가 열린 정부라고 생각합니다.
열린 정부는 협력이다라고 생각합니다.
모든 국민들이 같이 할 수 있는.
다 얘기해주는 거, 투명하게 공개하는 거.
국민이 정책에 참여할 수 있는 정부가 아닐까요?
정부가 우선 국민들의 불편함이나 의견을 어느 정도 수용할 수 있고 들어줄 수 있는 그런 정부가 아닐까 싶습니다.
The goal of OGP is to renew democracy, so democracy delivers better results to citizens.
The Open Government Partnership brings together governments and communities representing over 2 billion people from across the world to ensure that governments deliver for their citizens.
It is to make governments more open, accountable, and responsive to its citizens.
Globally, open government is changing, though at a low pace in terms of how governments make themselves accountable and transparent to their citizens.
Around the world, reformers from both inside and outside government are pushing for changes that make governing more open.
Then together that we'll be able to build the kind of open government we want.
결국 세상은 사람이 이끌어가는데 이 모두가 다 연결되어 있잖아요. 그래서 OGP에서 함께하는 그러한 시스템을 만든 그런 열린 정부는 굉장히 중요한 것 같습니다.
전 세계적으로 투명한 행정에 대한 시민들의 요구가 확산되고 있습니다. 이런 환경에서 OGP의 역할이 중요할 것이라고 생각합니다.
기후변화라든지 디지털 전환과 같은 전 세계가 공통적으로 직면한 문제를 해결하기 위해서 OGP가 반드시 필요하다고 생각합니다.
국제 청년들과 함께 연대를 형성하고 국내뿐만 아니라 국제적으로 청년을 위한 어젠다를 수립하는 데 청년이 직접 목소리를 낼 수 있는 기회가 됐으면 합니다.
전 세계에서 많은 나라들이 우리나라의 열린 정부 정책을 벤치마킹하고 싶어하는 나라들이 참 많다는 것을 느끼고 있습니다. 자부심과 그리고 뿌듯함을 느끼면서 일하고 있습니다.
Korea has some great success stories in the anti-corruption, civic space and digital governance, and we want to hear them. So consider whose voices aren't being heard and get them involved because we want everyone around our table.
First, convene a strong global coalition for democracy to fight back against the rise of authoritarianism. The second role, which Government of Korea has already played, is it has issued a call to action for all OGP members to advance ambitious reforms to renew democracy through openness and citizen participation. First is an invitation for all Korean citizens to join the Global Summit. It's from December 15 to 17. The website is ogpsummit.org. Please register and join.
We have to make clear that governments exist to serve the interests of citizens and not the other way around.
Open government is a new way to think about collaboration around governance.
To me, open government means the ability to be a part of the change that you want to see.
현장에서 일하거나 그런 사람들의 의견이랑 그 정책이랑 또 어긋나는 부분이 있을 수 있으니까
직접 선택한 결과니까 자신이 더 책임을 지지 않을까 싶습니다.
내가 얘기해가지고 좋아질 건 없겠지만은 그래도 하고 싶은 말을 하면은 속이라도 시원할 것 같아요.
서민들의 현장 그리고 실생활 일부분들은 대의를 반영하지 못하는 부분이 분명 있을 것 같아서 충분한 의견 수렴이 필요하다고 생각합니다.
바빠가지고 그거는
그런 방법은 아직 접근하는 방법은 잘 모르겠습니다.
우리 일상 속에서 찾아볼 수 있는 거의 모든 공공행정 분야가 바로 시민참여 영역이라고 할 수 있습니다.
저희 홈페이지를 방문하셔서 새로운 제안을 하실 수도 있고
일단 본인이 관심 있는 주제를 좀 조사하시면 관계가 있는 NGO들이 있어요. 그렇게 참여하는 방법이 있을 수 있고요. 또는 자기 속해 있는 지역의 지자체에 관심 있는 법이라든지 예산이라든지 이런 데에 참여하시는 분들 굉장히 많습니다.
What will it take to solve the biggest challenges of our time? What will it take to include everyone's voice in how decisions are made? We need an idea that's bold and ambitious, with people at its heart. That idea is open government. An open government is transparent, inclusive, participatory, and accountable. So governments don't just serve themselves, they work with citizens both in and out of government to develop smarter policies and improved services that make things better for everyone. And we all get to see how decisions are made, ask questions, and hold power to account. People like you are using the Open Government Partnership to create and implement thousands of initiatives that are transforming societies around the world. Open budgets and contracts are ensuring that money isn't lost to corruption. Having a say in public services has let citizens shape the communities they live in. Equal access to the justice system and public information is open to everyone, especially the most vulnerable. The potential of technology is harnessed while safeguarding against digital threats. And our fundamental freedoms are strengthened, letting us voice our needs and concerns safely. OGP provides a platform for reformers to co-create solutions, monitor progress, and share knowledge with peers across the globe. But for this to work, we need more reformers in government to open new doors, allies outside government to help find ambitious solutions, and partners around the world to support these efforts. We need you. Join us in building a better, more open world.
디지털이란 말 사실 처음 듣는 말인데
공부를 할 수 있는 방법? 세상을 조금 더 편안하게 해주는 것?
남녀노소 10대부터 90대까지 편할 수 있는 시스템이
디지털 혁신이라고 하는 기술과 방법과 절차들이 활용되는 것이 디지털 혁신에 의한 민주주의라고 할 수 있고요. 여기에서 포용적이라는 것은 국민 누구도 한 명이라도 소외되지 않고 모두 다 민주주의에 참여할 수 있도록 만들어준다는 측면에서 포용적 디지털 혁신이라고 할 수 있겠습니다.
조금 더 자세한 설명이 있었으면 좋을 것 같아요.
사용이 어려운 이유가 사용 방법이 익숙치가 않아서이기 때문에
쉬운 언어로 표현하는 게 좀 좋은 방법일 것 같습니다.
어르신들도 접할 수 있게 교육이 좀 필요하다고 생각합니다.
디지털 활용에 어려움을 겪고 계시는 국민들이 많습니다. 그런 국민들을 위해서 저희는 전국의 디지털 배움터 1000개소를 운영하면서 필요하신 디지털 역량들을 교육해드리는 사업을 펼치고 있습니다. 보이는 것, 다 알 수 있는 것.
거짓이 없어야 되고
사실대로 말하는 거.
맑은 신현물같이 다 보여지는 것을 말합니다.
교육이 가장 공정하다고 생각하는 것 같습니다.
우리나라는 임금 문제는 공정합니다.
블라인드 채용이 확대되고 해서 고용 쪽에서도 예전에 비해서 많이 좀 투명해진 것 같습니다.
약간 새치기 안 하는 거 이런 거 해도 되나?
투명성은 명확하지 않은 것을 성공으로 바꿀 수 있습니다.
포장된 말을 하지 않고 원래 하고 싶은 말 하는 그런.
좀 일부러 숨기는 게 없어야 하지 않을까요?
The ideal standard first is that a lot more information can be shared than people think they can be shared. I think the information that certainly should be shared is about government operations.
부패 방지 정책에 있어서 국민이 참여하고 협력할 수 있는 민간 협의회 등을 구축하고 운영하여 온 것이라 생각합니다.
시민들의 의식과 눈높이, 그리고 정부의 노력, 그리고 IT를 비롯한 기술의 발전이 크게 기여했다고 생각합니다.
좀 자유롭고 숨기는 게 없는 그런.
국민들과 잘 소통할 수 있는 정부가 열린 정부라고 생각합니다.
열린 정부는 협력이다라고 생각합니다.
모든 국민들이 같이 할 수 있는.
다 얘기해주는 거, 투명하게 공개하는 거.
국민이 정책에 참여할 수 있는 정부가 아닐까요?
정부가 우선 국민들의 불편함이나 의견을 어느 정도 수용할 수 있고 들어줄 수 있는 그런 정부가 아닐까 싶습니다.
The goal of OGP is to renew democracy, so democracy delivers better results to citizens.
The Open Government Partnership brings together governments and communities representing over 2 billion people from across the world to ensure that governments deliver for their citizens.
It is to make governments more open, accountable, and responsive to its citizens.
Globally, open government is changing, though at a low pace in terms of how governments make themselves accountable and transparent to their citizens.
Around the world, reformers from both inside and outside government are pushing for changes that make governing more open.
Then together we'll be able to build the kind of open government we want.
결국 세상은 사람이 이끌어가는데 이 모두가 다 연결되어 있잖아요. 그래서 OGP에서 함께하는 그러한 시스템을 만든 그런 열린 정부는 굉장히 중요한 것 같습니다.
전 세계적으로 투명한 행정에 대한 시민들의 요구가 확산되고 있습니다. 이런 환경에서 OGP의 역할이 중요할 것이라고 생각합니다.
기후변화라든지 디지털 전환과 같은 전 세계가 공통적으로 직면한 문제를 해결하기 위해서 OGP가 반드시 필요하다고 생각합니다.
국제 청년들과 함께 연대를 형성하고 국내뿐만 아니라 국제적으로 청년을 위한 어젠다를 수립하는데 청년이 직접 목소리를 낼 수 있는 기회가 됐으면 합니다.
전 세계에서 많은 나라들이 우리나라의 열린 정부 정책을 벤치마킹하고 싶어하는 나라들이 참 많다는 것을 느끼고 있습니다. 자부심과 그리고 뿌듯함을 느끼면서 일하고 있습니다.
Korea has some great success stories in the anti-corruption, civic space and digital governance, and we want to hear them. So consider whose voices aren't being heard and get them involved because we want everyone around our table.
First, convene a strong global coalition for democracy to fight back against the rise of authoritarianism. The second role, which Government of Korea has already played, is it has issued a call to action for all OGP members to advance ambitious reforms to renew democracy through openness and citizen participation. First is an invitation for all Korean citizens to join the Global Summit. It's from December 15 to 17. The website is ogpsummit.org. Please register and join.
예, 안녕하세요.
Good morning. Thank you for taking the time to participate in OGP Global Summit Korea. Today's session is on anti-corruption session, and we'll be discussing about cooperation plan for private public sector collaboration for youth ombudsman activities. The Citizen Coalition for Better Government started with the Ombudsman program, and we have started and expanded our program to the SH Youth Ombudsman, as well as LH Ombudsman, as well as the CALIS Ombudsman and the Anti-Corruption and Civil Rights Commission program. These programs are devised to give opportunities for youth to generate ideas for policies, where youth gather together to visit public sites and to provide education and mentoring. And we provide ideation and mentoring for these youth. I would like to introduce our participants. We have Young Bok-seo, the Joint Secretary Director for our Citizens Coalition. We have Junyoung Park, Manager of CALIS. And we have with us Professor Im Myung Park of Seoul Women's University. We have Chang Won-sung, Executive Research Fellow at Land and Housing Institute. Also, we have Yeon Ha-che, Secretary General for Citizen Action Network. And we have our presenters. From CCBG Coordinator, we have Hyung Jung. So also from Citizens Coalition for Better Government, we have Hyojin Seo, Coordinator, and Minji Kim, Coordinator. And lastly, we have Youngjin Lee, Coordinator at CCBG. I am Sujong Park, Secretary General for Citizens Coalition for Better Government. Regarding our program, we have a short video clip we have prepared for you. So we're going to air that program, video for you before we start our presentation.
예, 간단한 영상 시청하셨습니다.
This was a short video clip, and this video was actually created by our youth coordinators in our team. Now I would like to invite our speakers to introduce activities carried out by the Youth Ombudsman, and I would like to start with Hyewon Jung.
안녕하세요. 청년 옴부즈만 활동 확산을 위해
Hello. It is a great pleasure for me to be delivering the first presentation in this session. I am Jung Hee-won from the Citizens Coalition for Better Government. The topic of my presentation is the collaboration at each university. Let me first introduce the contents and then start my presentation. Now, first, we have just viewed the video on the Youth Ombudsman, so I'm sure that you have now some questions about the Youth Ombudsman. So now my presentation are categorized into 3 parts, and first I would like to tell you a bit about my own organization, which is the Citizens Coalition for Better Government, and then I will tell you about the Youth Ombudsman. And then the second presentation is about the university collaboration progress, especially those who are participating in this activity. Now, at each university, we have also given the lecture at the university, And now there are a lot of students who took part in the special lecture, and also there was a lot of very positive feedback. Last is about the expected benefits of this ombudsman.
행정개혁 시민연합은 더 나은 정보를 만들기 위한
Now the Citizen Coalition for Better Government, now we aim to improve the governance, and we believe that in order to achieve this goal, then we need to have more active citizenship. So we have the participation from the different NGOs. And since its inception in 1997, we have held public discussions about the many different issues, and we have also exerted pressure to make sure that our views and the citizens' views can be reflected. And also for the administration's reform is our goal, and we aim to enable such reform. And we also encourage the participation by the youth, and that is why we have had a lot of youth ombudsman program. And we also have a number of programs where we have the students taking part as coordinators, and it also serves as the bridge between the youth and the administration. And for this ombudsman program that places together the interested youths, now they also engage in different issues like anti-corruption and better government. And regarding these issues, the youths are able to participate in government activities and are able to experience the initial form of public-private partnership. And then, starting with the 2009, the Youth Ombudsman Program, now this year we now have the College National Territory Ombudsman Program. So we have held a dozen of youth ombudsman programs in the past few years. So then there were 3 coordinators who took part in this ombudsman program, and they were able to have the on-field experience, and then now they also held special lectures back in their alma mater. So now I would like to tell you a bit more about the actual cases at Kyunghee University and the Seoul Women's University. Now in 2018, he started from the Seoul Anti-Corruption Youth Ombudsman Program, and it is Mr. Yang Seok-jin who served as the coordinator, and he also gave his special lecture at Kyunghee University. So his topic was the Citizens Coalition for Better Government Young Forum activities, and he has also had cooperation with other groups and organizations, and he shared his experience at this special lecture. And he also talked about the sustainable values for our society, and he emphasized social values as well as public nature, and he also talked about how we can pursue those values. And then also in the public administration subject, now he also talked about how it is important for the citizens to take part in what appear to be small issues so that we will be able to move towards sustainable values as a society. And he also shared his experience as a coordinator, which we believe is one way of pursuing social value. Especially for the Kyunghee University Public Administration Department, there is high participation in the Young Forum. So we see that there is a diversity of students who take part in this program, and that is because of the professor who is interested in this program and is also espousing the values that are being pursued by the Young Forum. And now, following the Kyunghee University case, next was about the Seoul Women's University, where they have a curriculum called Citizens and Government. So this is where the students get to actually experience the governance activities. So up until a couple of years ago, the students also had a chance to take part in the Citizens Coalition for Better Government as part of this curriculum. But then now, because of the COVID-19, for the past few years, it has been made difficult. So the coordinator of the program also gave special lecture. So it was Kim Min-ji who served as a coordinator, and she talked about the governance activities at the central government and the regional government and municipality. And she also talked about how there have been activities at the ombudsman level and also making policy proposals. And then also after the special lecture, whenever there is an activity or program available, then she would also publicize this on the website. And I believe that this has led to more students from this whole women's university taking part in this program. So following the Ms. Kim Min-ji, who served as the coordinator, and then also myself, I myself have also given a special lecture at Seoul Women's University under the topic of policy proposal methodology and participatory administration. And I have also created a presentation material, and I have also come up with a manual to provide training for those who wish to participate in this program. I have also shared my experience serving as the coordinator on the field and also put my experience in this manual as well. So as a result of this, I was able to give this special lecture under the topic of policy proposal methodology and participatory administration. And after the special lecture, I heard from the students that many of them got the interest in wishing to take part in the on-site activities as well. So now we see that many different coordinators are taking part to try to develop the next generation of participants in the Youth Ombudsman activity. So now then let me tell you a bit more about the Ombudsman program. So there are the campus pick and the every time applications where we are able to have the participation from the citizens. But then not only for the university students, but we also have publicized our activities through what's called the Alcon. And for each coordinator, they would also go to different universities to put up posters of their program, and they also would coordinate with their professors to give some publicity about these programs during classes. So I talked about how we recruit the students. Now, whenever we have each program, then also in order to embrace the university students as well as other youths, we also have the website. So we also post the ads on the university websites. And we also have had initially, we also tried to recruit outside participants in the beginning. So we have had more outside participants. But then now, because of the pandemic, we were not able to have the outreach as broadly as possible. So we had to limit our publicity and advertising on the university websites. But then inside the university, we broadened the eligibility to different academic departments and the years so that many more students will be able to participate. And we also gave them the opportunity to serve as the student coordinators, meaning that not just being passive participants, but then as the leaders on the field, they were able to voice themselves, also support others, and learn more about the activities. And by doing so, we were able to create a virtuous cycle. And as a result, we are also able to increase the participation by competent youths. So for the youth ombudsman activities, just like participating in different discussions or debates and forums, so through the ombudsman programs, the students can participate in various activities. And through such participation, the young people recognize themselves as being more than private persons, and they also understand their impact in the public realm. So compared to the other formal programs that are determined by the few elites, we believe that this type of program is more justified in encouraging the students' participation and giving them the experience in taking the leadership. And the third experience that I would like to share is about the youth policy proposal capacity and opportunity. Now we want to keep in building their capacity to come up with policy proposals so that they can continue to be the leading citizens. And that would be the purpose of the Youth Ombudsman activity. Now, when we say the word Youth Ombudsman, then we also remind ourselves of what youth mean in our society. In Korea, youth have always been the symbol of resistance. And now for this debate, the purpose was to think about the meaning of the Youth Ombudsman and also the purpose of their activities. And that is to not just passively follow the existing path, but try to discover a new path and also come up with the ideas on how to make that possible for our society. So I do hope that this presentation will further serve to encourage participation in the Youth Ombudsman Program. And with that, I would like to conclude my presentation.
Thank you. This program, the Youth Ombudsman Program, was possible because many of the members at CCBG and the schools that our members belong to and public institutions that we work with is cooperating with us. And in addition to the examples made, we're working not only with Seoul Women's University, but also Ewha Women's University and the Seoul Institute of Science and Technology. And we're also are joined with many universities across the nation, such as the University of Transportation. In the initial stage, under the name of youth, we had many university students participating in the program, but now we also have widened the participation, and we want to invite more youth participate in this program. Today, we would like to also invite Eugene Seo, the coordinator for Seoul City Youth Ombudsman Coordinator. I would like to talk about the SH monitoring team and the LH Housing Ombudsman. And my name is Eugene Seo, who will be introducing about the Seoul Youth Ombudsman Program. I would like to, in addition to the need and expected effect of Ombudsman, we would like to also touch upon what we have done for the public institutions in Seoul. And building on to what was introduced by the previous presenter. This is the agenda for today's presentation. In 2019 and 2020, we have carried out the LH Housing Welfare Youth Department and LH Information Disclosure Monitoring Group that was carried out for 2 years. And I also want to talk about the progress of youth program in Seoul since 2018. LH Korea Land and Housing Corporation's Residential Welfare Program started to develop housing support policy for young people, and it was set up in 2019 September and continued its second term in 2020. Specifically, over the year of 2 years, about 80 students have been living in the same area as the LH rental housing and living housing services, and we monitor residential welfare projects for young people. We visited the dormitory type of youth housing in Daeangdong and conducted monitoring with institutional officials. And the first term youth ombudsman worked to improve the contract process of youth rental housing and also share major problems among the young people in the public rental housing, adding youth perspective in this area. This led to the ombudsman training and monitoring, and through this process, continued on to the second term of the monitoring young ombudsman program. And in the second term, the first term participants played as a mentor for the second term participant, helping in a very positive manner to improve the program. The second term youth ombudsman worked for a year since July 2020 and raised their voices to expand housing support for young people, including 3 on-site visits and cooperating with coordinators, and successfully settling the brand of the new youth ombudsman. And we developed many different residential welfare programs. The LH program leveraged the perspectives of young people, have also participated in inducing proactive participation, and came up with a tailored housing program and proposed those ideas to the officials. Next, I would like to talk about the monitoring team activities with the Seoul Housing and Urban Corporation. This SH information disclosure was joined by 20 students for 2 years, and we worked to look into the monitoring of the information disclosure system. And the participants submitted quarterly monitoring activity reports on the information disclosed by SH Corporation. And we also held quarterly meetings to discover improvements. And we also compared these information with public institutions in Seoul to find ways to improve these programs. As such, it was a program that added young people's opinion to the overall information disclosure system of the company. In summary, this information disclosure monitoring team's activity served as an activity to check the information disclosure policy of the company from a perspective of transparent and fair citizens to actively and independently participate in the public sector. Furthermore, through the operation of monitoring team, we were able to activate the information disclosure policy and increase citizens' participation and interest in the information disclosure system. As such, SSH Information Disclosure Monitoring Team was developed through organic connections and interaction of the relevant parties regarding the topic. We were also able to next, I would like to briefly talk about the activities for youth ombudsman activities in public institutions, as well as young people in Seoul. This was conducted in the following order, and it was a youth participation program centered on college students that conduct research and propose policies for other cities every year in connection with Seoul metropolitan government. It first started as in 2018 as an anti-corruption youth ombudsman program, and this activity was expanded in 2019 and carried out various activities related to citizen participation and administrative innovation, including support for Seoul Metropolitan Government's information disclosure, youth ombudsman, and Changgyo conflict mediation activities. And in 2018, about 30 young people monitored the anti-corruption system of affiliated organization in Seoul, and some groups produced educational textbook for young people. We also visited anti-corruption related site and the Board of Audit and Inspection site while conducting Anti-Corruption Academy. In 2019, the career path for the young population in Seoul was carried out. And we have gone through many consultation and mentoring and discussion to continue on these activities. This process was an activity that added the perspective of our young generation to the awareness of information disclosure issues that our young people usually had in their daily lives, and reviewed the improvement plan related to the information disclosure system in depth and suggested a better improvement ideas. Lastly, 2020 conflict mediation support program. I participated in 2018 and 2019 as a student. I have been conducting assignment as a researcher as a student, participating and expanding my understanding of this ombudsman system. And in 2020, I participated as a coordinator. Another advantage of the Young Forum or Young Forum Youth Program, I think, is that as previous presenter mentioned, youth can become the owner of public participation as a participant in the program, and as well as independent participation as a young person. Based on 2 years of experience, I met with young coordinators and communicated with them. And as a coordinator, we were able to generate guidelines to policymaking and carried out training and also produced video materials and pre-education materials. In addition, in 2020 Seoul Conflict Forum, I was the keynote speaker to present the role of our young people in the process of resolving conflict and establishing diplomatic relations. As such, young people have monitored various areas of activities involving Seoul Metropolitan Government's conflict mediation, and we have also participated and proposed in Seoul Conflict Forum. And we also contributed to improving housing difficulties for college students caused by COVID-19 and made suggestions for residents as well as providing training projects. As such, young people have continued their activities in the midst of numerous conflict in our society and in the process of conflict mediation to resolve them, thinking deeply about what we can do in the process. Finally, I have also been a participant in a public institution, and as a youth coordinator, I'm working also in this program today. These activities of Ombudsman and Youth Monitoring Group were to fulfill my responsibilities and role as members of a society and in the business community, and to move toward the subject of civil society itself. And I was able to add our voice to the public domain. With that, I would like to end my presentation. Thank you for that.
저희 청년 옴부즈만.
Thank you very much. So now the Youth Ombudsman Program. Now this is organized by the Citizens Coalition for Better Government, coming up with the concept of the Youth Ombudsman. So this is for the young people to become the agents in policy making, and also with the on-field learning, so which is also a unique part. So they are able to encourage their participation, and also from the experts and also with the NGO activists. They also have the mentorship program between them, so as to teach them on how to come up with more workable ideas. Now we will be hearing from the next coordinator, Kim Min-ji. Yes, hello. I am Kim Min-ji, the main coordinator for the 4th period of the Youth Ombudsman Program. And this is about the National Territory Safety Management Program. So now I would like to tell you about our activities and then also what lies ahead. Now first, about the activities. Now they are as follows. Now first, I would like to tell you about the main activities of each year. And then now, after these activities, how the proposals have been reflected into the institutions. And then I would like to tell you about our impressions or the lessons learned. Now first, about the 2018 KISTEC Youth Ombudsman, Year 1. Now, the KISTEC Youth Ombudsman at this time. Now this was under the title of the Facility Safety Corporation. So under the corporation's name, we came up with the name KISTEC Youth Ombudsman. And it started on 2018 after the appointment ceremony. And at this time, we received an overall training and education about what we need to do. And we had a very good start, having good discussions with students from other universities as well. And then we visited the Ilsan administration building as well as the other offices. And at this time, we also learned about what the corporation does. And at this time, we had little knowledge about what the company actually does. So although we had the name of KISTEC Ombudsman, we were still quite vague about what the company does. But then now we were able to get more training, and then also we visited not only the head office but also the regional offices, and through such training and learning we were able to gain more special knowledge. And then they also let us have the opportunity to apply our knowledge on the field. So that was about the safety diagnosis and monitoring. So we were also able to be at the site of such safety supervision and monitoring. So this was a chance for us to instill upon us what we have actually learned in theory. And especially the on-site guide gave us a very enthusiastic lesson, so we were able to absorb the learning on the site. And then also we had a chance to experience the safety monitoring on the Noryang Bridge. And again, we were able to get an enthusiastic explanation. And we believe that thanks to such learning, we were able to gain a new understanding of the safety inspection. And also there was a mentoring program, and we were able to go beyond what we have learned from the corporation. And also for each subject, there was a special mentor, expert mentor in each subject, so we were able to get more in-depth learning. And especially not only the explanation, but also the question and answer session held with the mentors into late hours was very much helpful for the young people to get ideas for the proposals. And then now, we also had a chance to present our ideas in front of the KISTEC members. Now, our ideas were reflected into the KISTEC policies as such. The first was about spreading the culture of human rights management, including women's rights. So, for example, they decided to set up a human rights management committee, and they also had a declaration ceremony of human rights management. They also increased convenience facilities for the women workers. And second was about social contribution activities through talent donation. So the corporation also accepted this proposal and had a one-on-one customized engineer training for the small companies. And then they also had joint safety inspection with facility managers. And they also had the on-field experience of local universities for facility safety. And last was about technology leadership and contribution to job creation by opening up public data. For example, the corporations decided to open up their patent technology to the private sector, and they also disclosed information about the public facility inspection and diagnosis. And next is the KISTEC Youth Ombudsman second year in 2019. Let me also explain about the main activities. The first, the 2019 Youth Ombudsman. Now we started out with the same appointment ceremony followed by on-field training and mentoring. So at the appointment ceremony, the same overview of the corporation was provided, and then now in the follow-up education, we were able to get more in-depth learning. And especially for the first and the second on-site training, we had not only the theoretic knowledge, but then also the on-site learning. So we were able to get better understanding of what the corporation actually does on the field. And we also had the on-site learning experience of, for example, how they do the safety inspection on drones on the ground. And then we have also moved on to the Paltang Dam to see how they conduct the safety inspection of the facility. And we were also able to see how the smart technology is being used to conduct such facility safety inspection. And also in terms of the durability, we were able to see what type of equipment and devices are being used in order to conduct the safety inspection of the Paltang Dam. And we also heard about the safety practices as well as the anti-corruption activities as well as the programs of the KISTEC. So we were able to gain an understanding of not only the technological aspect of their activities, but also what they do in order to prevent corruption. And we also have had the safety diagnosis experience. So we were able to get information about how they do the bridge safety inspection and how such a technology is being applied in depth on the field. So through the 2 rounds of on-site training and mentoring, we were able to get a lot of policy proposals. So for example, application development for the industrial safety and a number of other proposals to enhance the industrial safety on the field. So then the proposals and ideas that have been proposed have been reflected into KISTEC as such. So for example, for building the safety environment, then they decided to have safety inspection of the small-scale vulnerable facilities, and also to develop safety gatekeepers, and also for the industrial airbag vests. They decided to develop this product, and we were able to make a practical contribution to enhancing safety on the field. And the third part is about the third year of the KISTEC Youth Ombudsman activities. Now, likewise, we started with the appointment ceremony, followed by the on-site training and education, and the first and the second round of mentoring. Now, the third year, which was conducted in 2020 because of COVID-19, there have been restrictions for the on-site education. So in order to make up for it, we tried to use online technology, for example, the Google Drive, in order to get as much information as possible. And based on this, we were able to get ideas and proposals to provide to KISTEC. And based on the mentoring, 2 rounds of mentoring, we were able to get more details about the activities. Again, based on this, a number of ideas and proposals were made, and we also had a presentation day for the Youth Ombudsman third year, and they have been reflected into KISTEC's policy as such. So for example, the using 3D scanner to strengthen construction safety. So our idea was reflected as such. For the vertical facilities, then AI-based scanning automation system was developed for such vertical facilities, and we were able to also see that this actually had on-site practicality. And last is the fourth Youth Ombudsman of 2021. Now this is the name change to CALIS, and you can see that for the fourth year the activity is still underway. Now the corporation changed their name to CALIS since then, so now it is in the fourth year of the Youth Ombudsman. And again, here we have the coordinator, so starting with the appointment ceremony, and then the pre-training and the first round of mentoring and on-field education have been undertaken so far. And especially the on-site learning that took place in November 19. This was held in the Ilsan company building, and this is where we were able to get the on-site experience and also get the self-safety diagnosis and also about the AI technology use. And we also had the follow-up on-site experience and also had a viewing of how the technologies were being used on the field. And afterwards, we would be having a presentation day to present the ideas and proposals. So for the past 4 years, working together with CALIS, what we have felt is as such. Now for CALIS, for corporation to really pursue public good, then it is important to communicate with each and every individual. So we believe that this type of youth ombudsman activity is the right way under this day and age of the pandemic, where we are yearning for communication with other people. And we believe that through communication, we are able to find ways to further improve the public nature of their activities. And I do believe that through this program, we are able to continue to pursue these goals. And that is all for my introduction of the CALIS Ombudsman program. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much for the presentation. So working together with the public institutions, then they are being conducted based on voluntary activities by the organization and the young people. So without any outside budgetary support, they provide the support from the organization and also the mentoring and also the education programs. And then from the Citizens Coalition for Better Government, now we also try to encourage the students to come up with their own ideas for activities and programs as well.
Next, I would like to now go into the national level program, which is the Youth Ombudsman program linking local and central government, hosted by Anti-Corruption and Civil Rights Commission. Good morning. My name is Youngjin Lee, who will be carrying out the last presentation of the day. Today's presentation will focus on the progress of the program and the main proposals discovered by the Youth Ombudsman. First of all, I would like to introduce the Youth Ombudsman Network Program. As you have seen in the video clip, this program was started with youth gathering together to establish a consultative body where young people can gather to discuss policy ideas, proposals, and innovation. It is meaningful in that it creates a better society by increasing the interest and participation of young generation from the rights and interests of the vulnerable in the anti-corruption areas. And I would like to briefly talk about the background of how this program was created. First, the Citizens Coalition for Better Government has been working with public institutions, including Seoul City government, for young people who are interested in public issues and want to participate in administrative sites. Young people have gathered together to conduct programs so that young people can come up and discuss about social issues, share problems, and discover ideas from their own perspective, and even make proposals. Through this series of programs, the Youth Ombudsman Program is now a signature program with CCBG, and last year, with the request of Anti-Corruption and Civil Rights Commission, we created a program called Creating Better Rights with Young People. This year, we're also continuing to work with RCRC, and as a result, we are now launching a new local network program for Youth Ombudsman. Now, I would like to briefly talk about the progress of this program. We have carried out 2 training sessions and 4 field training sessions. And first of all, because of COVID-19 situation, we began non-face-to-face activities. And what you are seeing on screen is online appointment screen. All of participants turned on their videos and video cameras to talk to each other. And after the appointment ceremony, we carried out a training session by the members of the CCBG members to discuss about educational textbook, video training, and we also learned about how to create survey and policy proposals. At first, coordinators were trained by the members of the Ombudsman, and we also were able to learn about feasible contents to actually practice in the field. So we were able to go through an in-depth training. As I have mentioned, after the 2 rounds of training, we received first round of proposal, and our experts looked into the proposal and came up with our recommendation on how to refine these proposals, and also gave us a feedback on where we can best participate and where we can raise our voice. Also, I would like to talk about the training that we have done with ACRC, and this was carried out online due to COVID-19, and we were able to not only learn about the Commission's work and the cases of solving problems and how they can solve different pain points in the process, as well as generating policy ideas. Many of the Youth Ombudsman members were very active in asking questions, making the quality of education higher. And we also worked with the Privacy Information Protection Committee. We were able to get training on the different cases and how the conflict were resolved. And we were able to also receive second round of feedback based on our first round of proposal. The third field site was carried out in Kalis. We looked into the different facilities, and we had dynamic training by actually visiting sites. It was an interesting area where we did not have access to in the past, so the level of participation was especially very high. The 4th training site was An-Am Living Facilities, which is the youth living facilities, and the LH Corporation came to give us a presentation on the youth housing environment, and we were able to also have Iboki representative join us to explain to us about how the facility was administered. Through 2 rounds of theoretic training and 4 rounds of field training, we were able to deepen our understanding of the field. We were able to also develop 5 proposals, which was presented just yesterday. And I would like to briefly talk about some of the proposal that was presented in yesterday's session. It was largely in resolving digital divide and to create jobs for youth, as well as creating youth network and solving housing problem. With the perspective of youth, we were able to provide different recommendation on how we can improve how we learn, and this was based on user-based to also alleviate duplicated function in the platform. We also shared the issue of youth isolation and the issues that we face as a society, and talked about shared office and metaverse town was proposed as a way to eliminate any communication issue. I would also like to mention that we talked about the current status of employment for youth, and we were able to talk about the budget and how the job creation program was devised. There was also a proposal regarding housing as well. And we were able to learn that there could be blind spot looking at the benefit and housing benefit status at the moment. And there was proposal on realistic criteria to consider from a perspective of youth to resolve this blind spot. As you may have felt that when you look at this proposal made by the Youth Ombudsman, it was coming from the perspective of youth, and these are the areas that where the youth are really thinking very hard on to solve for. As you can see, through connection and through networking, the youth are sharing the issues of their time to actually brainstorm and solve these problems by coming up with various policy ideas. And lastly, I would like to talk about how we can better voice ourselves. Youth are the ones who are filled with passion to solve problems that they're facing in their time. And everyone who participated in the Ombudsman program participated with such a spirit and communicate with their fellow youth and shared the issues that they're facing together as a group. We hope that more youth are participating in this progress, and in order for us to invite more youth to hear their voice, we need more opportunity to get this kind of training, and we need more forum for them to gather to discuss about the issues. The policy ideas need to be translated into actual policy implementation, and the opportunities like the Youth Ombudsman needs to be continuously provided to our youth population. In order to enable that, this kind of program needs to be scaled up, where the youth can build abundant network and also build capabilities to provide better recommendations. And if and when better opportunities come before them, they'll be able to really have a louder voice on what they can do and how they can improve the situation surrounding them. With that, I would like to end my presentation. Thank you for listening. Thank you for that presentation. We were able to hear from our youth coordinators who have served as a Young Forum coordinator for a very long time. They have introduced about the progress and the achievement of our programs to date. Looking into this presentation and what we have achieved is something that I take great pride in. Now we will go into the panel discussion. Our panel discussion will be carried out based on through the panels who have provided these education and training experience for our young coordinators and ombudsman members. And they have also worked with us to really think through the issues and problems that we face. First, we would like to invite Junyoung Park, manager at Callis, to talk about how we can cooperate between private and public and academia. And he'll be talking to us about how we can better expand the collaboration between different parties.
Well, then allow me to go ahead first. Yes, I am from the Digital Innovation Task Force of Callis. Now then, together with the Citizens Coalition for Better Government, I have worked with them for about 3 years for the Youth Ombudsman. Now, when I first took responsibility for this activity, now I would say that because of the nature of our corporation, we're not very familiar with the public, and also because we specialize in safety, so it could be quite, I would say, formal, and also compared to like other corporations like LH or like other companies, then perhaps we have less, let's say, familiarity with the public. So of course safety is an important issue, but then again the familiarity might be less. And so we thought that many of the ideas and the proposals, now I believe that that many of them were about improving our familiarity with the public, but then so inside the corporation we always have felt the need to increase public's awareness of what we do. And then now we were introduced to the Youth Ombudsman program from the Citizens Coalition for Better Government, and we thought that perhaps rather than doing it on our own as a formality, we thought that perhaps it would be better to have the involvement of young people so that we could have practical improvement in our performance and also provide mentoring to the youth, which would also be quite meaningful. And that is how we were motivated to get this started. But then what we were also concerned about is that we also want this to be interesting for the students, and also because the students were taking their own valuable time, we thought that there have to be incentives for them, and also we wanted them to feel a sense of reward. So what we wanted to focus on was for the large facility safety inspection, because that is our main forte. So for example, like dams or bridges, so these large-scale industrial facilities. So we were able to give them the chance to experience the safety inspection in these large facilities. So that is where we got started. And of course, because in the first year, this being the first year, I believe that there were some trials and errors. And we wanted to be more helpful to the students, and that is why we also thought of mentoring. And of course, there were freshmen and sophomores, but then also those who were about to graduate. And then because they had to prepare for employment, I'm sure that many of them also had questions about public corporations and also about their career. They probably wanted some support for their future career as well. So as we were providing mentoring, we didn't just stop at introducing the company, but we also try to give them as much information about employment opportunities as well. And we didn't want to limit the mentorship to certain areas. In other words, not just about the civil engineering, which is the main business for us, but then also for safety inspection and even auditing. So we try to be as broad in the subjects as possible. Now it is in the 4th year. Of course, CALIS is in the 1st year, but then now starting from the old days. So it is now in the 4th year. And I believe that the platform itself has been stabilized, but then now under the COVID-19, we also had to make new attempts. So for different institutions, they are utilizing the metaverse, and we are also getting calls to move more things online to be non-contact. So we also had to broaden our non-contact platform. And as we were doing that, then I believe that it would also be helpful in improving the content of the Ombudsman program. And also given the fact that many of the students have to travel quite a long distance, so they have to miss classes in order to take part in the Ombudsman program. And also, like for example, the on-site trips. So there are quite a lot of limitations now. So we believe that we need to come up with more opportunities for the students to learn and experience without having to physically be there. And also what we have felt is that Of course, from the Ministry of Administration and other public organizations are also providing the opportunity, but I hope that there would be broader engagement of public organizations and corporations so that this type of program can take deep roots. Of course, the COVID-19 is presenting challenges, but then for such programs to continue into the future, into the 5th, 6th year and on, then it's not just up to the coordinators to try to lead this, but then I believe that there have to be more engagement from the government organizations. So perhaps getting started is the hard part, but once it gets off the ground and then with more support, it can take root, and through such process, many more ideas and proposals can be derived. Then this can be helpful in innovation and improvement in the public organizations as well. That is all for me. Thank you. All right, thank you very much for the comment. So as was just mentioned, this program was about how ordinary youth can take part in the proposals and policy making. So that is how it got started, and it is continuing under that goal.
Next, we want to invite Professor Im Young-bae. He is the steering committee chair within CCBG, but also a professor with Seoul Women's University, and he's going to talk to us on how we can link our program with academia. Good morning. My name is Im Young-bae, as introduced by our chairperson. And as a member of CCBG, I was very proud to listen to all 4 presentations. Not just 4 presentations, but I also feel very proud of our young forum members and all the staff at CCBG for all your effort and all your contribution. It is indeed an honor and pleasure to be a member of that great team. As you have seen in the presentation, our youth members are doing very well, and I have no doubt that they're going to do very well going forward. But in order to do better, or in order for us to improve what we do, I thought about how I can contribute by giving some ideas around improvement. The ideas that are generated by our youth generation needs to be then implemented, and I think we need to make more effort to really turn that ideas into actual policies. Of course, in many areas, we are going around to listen to voices of our young generation, but in order for their voices to be heard and to be reflected in the policy, I don't think there are many opportunities for us to really reflect that voice into the actual policy development. So we really need to build a very solid channel where your voice is actually reflected in the field. And as older generation who have gone before you, I think that is something that I have to make more effort on. And in order for your policy ideas to be reflected and be implemented, there are also some room for improvement. Of course, a novel idea is good, but in order for those ideas to be reflected in the field, we may need to fine-tune and refine those ideas even further. In this respect, CCBG is making extensive effort to turn that into an actual opportunity, but we can do more. The CCBG, Citizens Coalition for Better Government, has great human resources, and by leveraging its expertise, we believe we can contribute further to improve and refine various policies, and we may need to further strengthen our mentoring effort. Only then all the activities and actions that you're taking, I believe, will be enhanced and will lead to better outcome. Also, in addition to that, what can we do to proliferate these programs? In order to disseminate these programs, I think we need to build on your predecessors, the seniors and your fellow coordinators who have gone before you. has more role to play, I believe. All the activities and all the know-hows coming from your activities based on your effort and your experience and a lot of the rewarding moment that you've had in the process, I think something that we can also build on, making you the change agent of what you have done. In order to enable this, CCBG and other stakeholders need to provide more support. We can think about creating a manual, and I know that we have some manual in place already, but we can collect and synthesize all these manuals to even publish a book. If so, more students and more youth population will be able to look at your feedback, your comment, and your experience, as well as your achievement, to further encourage more participation. And I believe linking these efforts with university is more important. This could become a statutory program going forward. Of course, in order to do this, we don't necessarily have to link this program with lectures in a university. As for my university, we have a small academic discussion groups, and we can link that with a small study groups or academic groups within a university to further promote discussion. All in all, I would like to end with this note. This was better. This is as good as it gets. Thank you. That was a great comment, and I would like to invite our next panelist.
Now, it is going to be Mr. Song Jang-hwan from the LH Land and Housing Institute. Yes, hello, this is Song Jang-hwan. So I have heard from 4 presenters, and I would say that, of course, the content was great, and also so was their delivery. So it was a learning experience for me too. So they were very good presenters, and I could see that this online format improves your presenting skills too. Now, I see that these activities have been held recently, and of course, the Global Village has been suffering from the COVID-19 for the past few years. And of course, we have had to go through many different changes in our everyday lives, and perhaps the university life was not as good as it used to be. But then I could see that these programs were perhaps or somewhat of a breakthrough out of such a mundane life, especially under COVID-19. And of course, I believe that the professors would do a great job in giving lectures in universities and giving lessons. But then also I see that these programs were a chance for them to come out to the field and see what is going on. So, for example, what the corporations or the organizations do, and also how the municipal governance is being done. So now, of course, we are today doing this online, but now because this had to be done online or non-contact, so I'm sure that there were a lot of challenges. So for example, when you make like on-site visits, then you have to take small buses, and so perhaps there were some risks as well. But still, we can see that when I hear the presentations, and I could see that there was a great diversification in the paths of participation. So for example, recruiting the members, such channels were diversified, and also how they had their interactions, engagement, and share. So that was also diversified as well. And also ways of communication and having discussions and sharing the results were also diversified. So I can see that as we move away from the offline-only era, then we are seeing more diversification in the communication channels. And of course, we are all waiting for the post-COVID era. But then I believe that there is a lot to be saved from the COVID era, this type of channels. So perhaps we now, as the young people, they become the leaders of our society in the future, then I felt that there is going to be great innovation to come. as they try to apply to the field what they have learned over the past few years. Now, of course, I am working at the LH, but then in terms of the housing welfare or what happens on the field, then this is mostly for the socially disadvantaged. But then for the young people, looking at their age and also in terms of their participation in the decision making, so they are also, in a way, socially disadvantaged in that sense. And again, I mean, it is not easy for them to identify the housing welfare needs, and they were able to work together with the LH on the field to see how it is being done, and perhaps they were also, so from their perspective, so they were also able to come up with ideas and proposals that were not really thought of by the more established generation. And of course, the question is how they can be reflected into actual policies. And the youth ombudsman activities, so I believe that this will be a good opportunity for academia, research, and government cooperation. So it was a chance to showcase the possibility of such cooperation, and I believe that that is highly meaningful in that we were able to show that it actually can be done and that it works. So if we can continue on as such, then after COVID, then I believe that it is going to play an even more important role. And in terms of the recruitment, I wonder whether there are stringent criteria for recruitment, because all of you are so excellent. So it also gives us the motivation to keep improving ourselves. Thank you very much for that. And now he is also the co-chair in our organization. He has also been working with us for quite a long time. Thank you for that.
Next, we would like to invite Yeon-ha Che, Secretary General for Citizen Action Network. Good morning. Nice to meet you all. First of all, it is very important that our young generation take interest in various public issues. That is a very positive thing for the overall society. When it comes to citizen participation, we do not see much opportunities given to our youth. But through Youth Ombudsman Program, which serves as one opportunity for our youth, we are then able to build a solid channel for our youth to really voice what they would like to do and really hear from them. And it's of course too bad that we're only seeing this with just limited public institutions. And when it comes to private and public cooperation, and when you look at OGP Global Summit itself, this is all dealing with open government. And open government comes down to a good governance. And the experience that you all have is all about increasing transparency and disclosure within the government. And this is actually contributing a great deal to that end. Let me just mention a couple of things in that light. When we say youth or young generation, there are many different social segments, and there are different walks of life in our society, but it seems that we are requesting various things to our youth. Youth can propose and recommend different things as their own generation, but many request youth to be innovative, and I don't believe that youth always have to be innovative. They're also just one of our citizens. So how I'm going to look at which issue from which perspective, and how I'm going to share and communicate my voice with people who feel the same way as I do, so that the society and the people around me can live a better life, is something that we want to focus on. But oftentimes, when youth propose something, we expect it to be innovative, and it has to be something that is based out of technology, leading edge technology, that is. And when our young population, when they try to make a proposal, we don't want them to be obsessed with being innovative or being the state-of-the-art technology or being technology savvy. I don't think they need to have that kind of pressure. And Minji did a very good job of synthesizing this message. But what I want to point is that just from the fact that they're participating, and many people feel satisfaction in the act of participation itself. But on the one hand, when people actually see what has changed because of my participation, that will even heighten and increase the level of satisfaction level. That is why when we receive different proposals and recommendations, and we have with us many coordinators who are actively working now, and we also have activists from CCBG, but we shouldn't stop at the recommendation level. We need to go even further to understand how my recommendation was actually implemented, if it was implemented, and we need further communication on how that idea or recommendation was taken further by different stakeholders. So if we are able to learn that my ideas was actually embraced and accepted by this much people, and some of it was turned into actual policy, and when people have visibility into how they have contributed in the process, I believe there will be more participation and higher satisfaction level. We have with us today people coming from public institutions as well as academia. But when we think about participation in public-private cooperation, of course, motivation and attitude is important from the participation side, but also participation and attitude from the institution or the government side is also very important. Because the public institution or government is coming with an attitude that they would look at and listen to the changes that are proposed by these people. And that's why we're here in this OGP forum, right? And if you're not ready to embrace that change or proposal, you will not bring about any changes. And I think that is the biggest challenge we're facing in OGP. The institutions who have invited young people to participate, these institutions actually had the attitude of embracing and accepting proposals by the younger generations and to explain to them what they're doing. And in the process, the satisfaction level on both sides was very high. So bringing about that change throughout this process is something that we can build as a good model. We hope that we can codify it and make it as a record so that this becomes something that is sustainable. And also, lastly, I want to mention that local network is critical. But there's one doubt I want to also point out. It's not critical, but what I want to also say is that it's important for people in the local area or youth in the local area to participate. That's a very important issue. But on the other hand, there are some differences and discrepancies between various systems and various policies between regions. So if this region has this policy and this region has another policy, so doing a comparative study, I think, is also important, because then you'll be able to see that there are some good policies and good programs in other regions. And by doing this comparative study, we'll be able to learn that other regions without these programs will be able to benefit as well. This is something that we can create as an opportunity by different youth population. Thank you.
감사합니다.
All right, thank you very much. So now the NGO activists. So that's actually always the issue. So that is about how we can increase the leadership of the private sector and also in terms of the engagement. So how can we respect each other? And so that how important a value that is. So now then with that, we have come to the end of the scheduled panel discussion. If there is anyone who would like to add their comments, may I see a show of hands? Or any panelists, if you'd like to add any comments, then please let me know. None? All right, so I believe that you were able to say what you wanted to say here. So then today we were able to understand the various progress as well as the future of the various youth ombudsman programs. Of course, those represented here today are a few, but then there are so many more members, so many more young forum members, as well as the NGO activists who made all of this possible, as well as all the members of the public organizations, as well as the central ministries who have put in their effort and contribution to make the programs possible. So now the reason why we are having this session, so the reason why we suggested this session to the OGP is to show to the rest of the world about these youth ombudsman programs in Korea, how the young people are participating in this ombudsman and how there is such strong collaboration between the academia, private sector, and the public to make this possible. And perhaps this model can spread to other countries. So perhaps at a later date, there may be questions regarding these programs in the chat room. And once such questions are uploaded, then we would, of course, try to respond to those questions. And again, later on, if there are questions or comments about them, then we will respond to them. And also, later on, if there are other participants who wish to share their views, then we will do so on the chat room. And now, last but not least, we'd like to ask Mr. Seo Young-bok, the representative of the CCBG, to deliver his closing remarks. Yes, thank you very much for the excellent discussion. Now, I have been following the different activities and programs for the past few years, but perhaps it is thanks to the activities of the 4 coordinators. I see that the programs are outstanding and there are such stellar achievements out of them. And also, as Dr. Song has mentioned, now the record of these activities. So, some say that the history is for those who keep records. So, such record keeping is also highly important because if we can document the activities as well as the performance, then they will also build up. So we can build up this record of performance, and based on that, we can plan for improvements. So they will also leave us the checkpoints on where we can make improvement. So it is in this context that I also appreciate the record keeping as well as the presentations. And as was mentioned by the moderator, I also see that there is also much more room for our improvement as well. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the participants and the coordinators as well as the members of the public organizations for your contribution and your cooperation. And this has been the first or the second steps for us to continue in this long journey, not only inside Korea, perhaps outside of it as well. So once again, I would like to thank everyone. And I would like to ask the moderator, Park Soo-jung, to say a few more words as we conclude this.
저는 뭐 드릴 말씀.
Well, we've heard already so much from such a great message from so many people, so I don't have any additional comment. We hope to end this session with a big round of applause for one another. Thank you.
We have to make clear that governments exist to serve the interests of citizens and not the other way around.
Open government is a new way to think about collaboration around governance.
To me, open government means the ability to be a part of the change that you want to see.
현장에서 일하거나 그런 사람들의 의견이랑 그 정책이랑 또 어긋나는 부분이 있을 수 있으니까
직접 선택한 결과니까 자신이 더 책임을 지지 않을까 싶습니다.
내가 얘기해가지고 좋아질 건 없겠지만은 그래도 하고 싶은 말을 하면은 속이라도 시원할 것 같아요.
서민들의 현장 그리고 실생활 일부분들은 대의를 반영하지 못하는 부분이 분명히 있을 것 같아서 충분한 의견 수렴이 필요하다고 생각합니다.
바빠가지고 이거는
그런 방법은 아직 접근하는 방법 잘 모르겠습니다.
우리 일상 속에서 찾아볼 수 있는 거의 모든 공공행정 분야가 바로 시민참여 영역이라고 할 수 있습니다.
저희 홈페이지를 방문하셔서 새로운 제안을 하실 수도 있고
일단 본인이 관심 있는 주제를 좀 조사하시면 관계가 있는 NGO들이 있어요. 그렇게 참여하는 방법이 있을 수 있고요. 또는 자기가 속해 있는 지역의 지자체에 관심 있는 법이라든지 예산이라든지 이런 데에 참여하시는 분들 굉장히 많습니다.
What will it take to solve the biggest challenges of our time? What will it take to include everyone's voice in how decisions are made? We need an idea that's bold and ambitious, with people at its heart. That idea is open government. An open government is transparent, inclusive, participatory, and accountable. So governments don't just serve themselves, they work with citizens both in and out of government to develop smarter policies and improved services that make things better for everyone. And we all get to see how decisions are made, ask questions, and hold power to account. People like you are using the Open Government Partnership to create and implement thousands of initiatives that are transforming societies around the world. Open budgets and contracts are ensuring that money isn't lost to corruption. Having a say in public services has let citizens shape the communities they live in. Equal access to the justice system and public information is open to everyone, especially the most vulnerable. The potential of technology is harnessed while safeguarding against digital threats. And our fundamental freedoms are strengthened, letting us voice our needs and concerns safely. OGP provides a platform for reformers to co-create solutions, monitor progress, and share knowledge with peers across the globe. But for this to work, we need more reformers in government to open new doors, allies outside government to help find ambitious solutions, and partners around the world to support these efforts. We need you. Join us in building a better, more open world.
포용적 디지털이란 말 사실 처음 듣는 말인데
공부를 할 수 있는 방법? 세상을 조금 더 편안하게 해주는 것?
남녀노소 10대부터 90대까지 편할 수 있는 시스템이
디지털 혁신이라고 하는 기술과 방법과 절차들이 활용되는 것이 디지털 혁신에 의한 민주주의라고 할 수 있고요. 여기에서 포용적이라는 것은 국민 누구도 한 명이라도 소외되지 않고 모두 다 민주주의에 참여할 수 있도록 만들어준다는 측면에서 포용적 디지털 혁신이라고 할 수 있겠습니다.
조금 더 자세한 설명이 있었으면 좋을 것 같아요.
사용이 어려운 이유가 사용 방법이 익숙치가 않아서이기 때문에
쉬운 언어로 표현하는 게 좀 좋은 방법일 것 같습니다.
어르신들도 접할 수 있게 교육이 좀 필요하다고 생각합니다.
디지털 활용에 어려움을 겪고 계시는 국민들이 많습니다. 그런 국민들을 위해서 저희는 전국의 디지털 배움터 1000개소를 운영하면서 필요하신 디지털 역량들을 교육해드리는 사업을 펼치고 있습니다.
보이는 것, 다 알 수 있는 것.
거짓이 없어야 되고
사실대로 말하는 것.
맑은 신현물같이 다 보여지는 것을 말합니다.
교육이 가장 공정하다고 생각하는 것 같습니다.
우리나라는 임금 문제는 공정합니다.
블라인드 채용이 확대되고 해서 고용 쪽에서도 예전에 비해서 많이 좀 투명해진 것 같습니다.
약간 새치기 안 하는 거. 이런 거 해도 되나?
투명성은 명확하지 않은 것을 성공으로 바꿀 수 있습니다.
포장된 말을 하지 않고 원래 하고 싶은 말 하는 그런.
좀 일부러 숨기는 게 없어야 하지 않을까요?
The ideal standard first is that a lot more information can be shared than people think they can be shared. I think the information that certainly should be shared is about government operations.
부패 방지 정책에 있어서 국민이 참여하고 협력할 수 있는 민간 협의회 등을 구축하고 운영하여 온 것이라 생각합니다.
시민들의 의식과 눈높이, 그리고 정부의 노력, 그리고 IT를 비롯한 기술의 발전이 크게 기여했다고 생각합니다.
좀 자유롭고 숨기는 게 없는 그런.
국민들과 잘 소통할 수 있는 정부가 열린 정부라고 생각합니다.
열린 정부는 협력이다라고 생각합니다.
모든 국민들이 같이 할 수 있는.
다 얘기해주는 거? 투명하게 공개하는 거?
국민이 정책에 참여할 수 있는 정부가 아닐까요?
정부가 우선 국민들의 불편함이나 의견을 어느 정도 수용할 수 있고 들어줄 수 있는 그런 정부가 아닐까 싶습니다.
The goal of OGP is to renew democracy, so democracy delivers better results to citizens.
The Open Government Partnership brings together governments and communities representing over 2 billion people from across the world to ensure that governments deliver for their citizens.
It is to make governments more open, accountable, and responsive to its citizens.
Globally, open government is changing, though at a low pace in terms of how governments make themselves accountable and transparent to their citizens.
Around the world, reformers from both inside and outside government are pushing for changes that make governing more open.
Then together that we'll be able to build the kind of government we want.
결국 세상은 사람이 이끌어가는데 이 모두가 다 연결되어 있잖아요. 그래서 OGP에서 함께하는 그러한 시스템을 만든 그런 열린 정부는 굉장히 중요한 것 같습니다.
전 세계적으로 투명한 행정에 대한 시민들의 요구가 확산되고 있습니다. 이런 환경에서 OGP의 역할이 중요할 것이라고 생각합니다.
기후변화라든지 디지털 전환과 같은 전 세계가 공통적으로 직면한 문제를 해결하기 위해서 OGP가 반드시 필요하다고 생각합니다.
국제 청년들과 함께 연대를 형성하고 국내뿐만 아니라 국제적으로 청년을 위한 어젠다를 수립하는데 청년이 직접 목소리를 낼 수 있는 기회가 됐으면 합니다.
전 세계에서 많은 나라들이 우리나라의 열린 정부 정책을 벤치마킹하고 싶어하는 나라들이 참 많다는 것을 느끼고 있습니다. 자부심과 그리고 뿌듯함을 느끼면서 일하고 있습니다.
Korea has some great success stories in the anti-corruption, civic space and digital governance, and we want to hear them. So consider whose voices aren't being heard and get them involved because we want everyone around our table.
First, convene a strong global coalition for democracy to fight back against the rise of authoritarianism. The second role, which Government of Korea has already played, is it has issued a call to action for all OGP members to advance ambitious reforms to renew democracy through openness and citizen participation. First is an invitation for all Korean citizens to join the Global Summit. It's from December 15 to 17. The website is ogpsummit.org. Please register and join.
We have to make clear that governments exist to serve the interests of citizens and not the other way around.
Open government is a new way to think about collaboration around governance.
To me, open government means the ability to be a part of the change that you want to see.
현장에서 일하거나 그런 사람들의 의견이랑 그 정책이랑 또 어긋나는 부분이 있을 수 있으니까
직접 선택한 결과니까 자신이 더 책임을 지지 않을까 싶습니다.
내가 얘기해가지고 좋아질 건 없겠지만은 그래도 하고 싶은 말을 하면은 속이라도 시원할 것 같아요.
서민들의 현장 그리고 실생활 일부분들은 대의를 반영하지 못하는 부분이 분명 있을 것 같아서 충분한 의견 수렴이 필요하다고 생각합니다.
바빠가지고 이거는
그런 방법은 아직 접근하는 방법 잘 모르겠습니다.
우리 일상 속에서 찾아볼 수 있는 거의 모든 공공행정 분야가 바로 시민참여 영역이라고 할 수 있습니다.
저희 홈페이지를 방문하셔서 새로운 제안을 하실 수도 있고
일단 본인이 관심 있는 주제를 좀 조사하시면 관계가 있는 NGO들이 있어요. 그렇게 참여하는 방법이 있을 수 있고요. 또는 자기가 속해 있는 지역의 지자체에 관심 있는 법이라든지 예산이라든지 이런 데에 참여하시는 분들 굉장히 많습니다.
What will it take to solve the biggest challenges of our time? What will it take to include everyone's voice in how decisions are made? We need an idea that's bold and ambitious, with people at its heart. That idea is open government. An open government is transparent, inclusive, participatory, and accountable. So governments don't just serve themselves, they work with citizens both in and out of government to develop smarter policies and improved services that make things better for everyone. And we all get to see how decisions are made, ask questions, and hold power to account. People like you are using the Open Government Partnership to create and implement thousands of initiatives that are transforming societies around the world. Open budgets and contracts are ensuring that money isn't lost to corruption. Having a say in public services has let citizens shape the communities they live in. Equal access to the justice system and public information is open to everyone, especially the most vulnerable. The potential of technology is harnessed while safeguarding against digital threats. And our fundamental freedoms are strengthened, letting us voice our needs and concerns safely. OGP provides a platform for reformers to co-create solutions, monitor progress, and share knowledge with peers across the globe. But for this to work, we need more reformers in government to open new doors, allies outside government to help find ambitious solutions, and partners around the world to support these efforts. We need you. Join us in building a better, more open world.
포용적 디지털이란 말 사실 처음 듣는 말인데
공부를 할 수 있는 방법? 세상을 조금 더 편안하게 해주는 것?
남녀노소 10대부터 90대까지 편할 수 있는 시스템이
디지털 혁신이라고 하는 기술과 방법과 절차들이 활용되는 것이 디지털 혁신에 의한 민주주의라고 할 수 있고요. 여기에서 포용적이라는 것은 국민 누구도 한 명이라도 소외되지 않고 모두 다 민주주의에 참여할 수 있도록 만들어준다는 측면에서 포용적 디지털 혁신이라고 할 수 있겠습니다.
조금 더 자세한 설명이 있었으면 좋을 것 같아요.
사용이 어려운 이유가 사용 방법이 익숙치가 않아서이기 때문에
쉬운 언어로 표현하는 게 좀 좋은 방법일 것 같습니다.
어르신들도 접할 수 있게 교육이 좀 필요하다고 생각합니다.
디지털 활용에 어려움을 겪고 계시는 국민들이 많습니다. 그런 국민들을 위해서 저희는 전국의 디지털 배움터 1000개소를 운영하면서 필요하신 디지털 역량들을 교육해드리는 사업을 펼치고 있습니다.
보이는 거, 다 알 수 있는 거.
거짓이 없어야 되고
사실대로 말하는 거.
맑은 신현물 같이 다 보여지는 것을 말합니다.
교육이 가장 공정하다고 생각하는 것 같습니다.
우리나라는 임금 문제는 공정합니다.
블라인드 채용이 확대되고 해서 고용 쪽에서도 예전에 비해서 많이 좀 투명해진 것 같습니다.
약간 새치기 안 하는 거. 이런 거 해도 되나?
투명성은 명확하지 않은 것을 성공으로 바꿀 수 있습니다.
포장된 말을 하지 않고 원래 하고 싶은 말 하는 그런.
좀 일부러 숨기는 게 없어야 하지 않을까요?
The ideal standard first is that a lot more information can be shared than people think they can be shared. I think the information that certainly should be shared is about government operations.
부패 방지 정책에 있어서 국민이 참여하고 협력할 수 있는 민간 협의회 등을 구축하고 운영하여 온 것이라 생각합니다.
시민들의 의식과 눈높이, 그리고 정부의 노력, 그리고 IT를 비롯한 기술의 발전이 크게 기여했다고 생각합니다.
좀 자유롭고 숨기는 게 없는 그런.
국민들과 잘 소통할 수 있는 정부가 열린 정부라고 생각합니다.
열린 정부는 협력이다라고 생각합니다.
모든 국민들이 같이 할 수 있는.
다 얘기해주는 거, 투명하게 공개하는 거.
국민이 정책에 참여할 수 있는 정부가 아닐까요?
정부가 우선 국민들의 불편함이나 의견을 어느 정도 수용할 수 있고 들어줄 수 있는 그런 정부가 아닐까 싶습니다.
The goal of OGP is to renew democracy, so democracy delivers better results to citizens.
The Open Government Partnership brings together governments and communities representing over 2 billion people from across the world to ensure that governments deliver for their citizens.
It is to make governments more open, accountable, and responsive to its citizens.
Globally, open government is changing, though at a low pace in terms of how governments make themselves accountable and transparent to their citizens.
Around the world, reformers from both inside and outside government are pushing for changes that make governing more open.
Then together that we'll be able to build the kind of open government we want.
결국 세상은 사람이 이끌어가는데 이 모두가 다 연결되어 있잖아요. 그래서 OGP에서 함께하는 그러한 시스템을 만든 그런 열린 정부는 굉장히 중요한 것 같습니다.
전 세계적으로 투명한 행정에 대한 시민들의 요구가 확산되고 있습니다. 이런 환경에서 OGP의 역할이 중요할 것이라고 생각합니다.
기후변화라든지 디지털 전환과 같은 전 세계가 공통적으로 직면한 문제를 해결하기 위해서 OGP가 반드시 필요하다고 생각합니다.
국제 청년들과 함께 연대를 형성하고 국내뿐만 아니라 국제적으로 청년을 위한 어젠다를 수립하는 데 청년이 직접 목소리를 낼 수 있는 기회가 됐으면 합니다.
전 세계에서 많은 나라들이 우리나라의 열린 정부 정책을 벤치마킹하고 싶어하는 나라들이 참 많다는 것을 느끼고 있습니다. 자부심과 그리고 뿌듯함을 느끼면서 일하고 있습니다.
Korea has some great success stories in the anti-corruption, civic space and digital governance, and we want to hear them. So consider whose voices aren't being heard and get them involved because we want everyone around our table.
First, convene a strong global coalition for democracy to fight back against the rise of authoritarianism. The second role, which Government of Korea has already played, is it has issued a call to action for all OGP members to advance ambitious reforms to renew democracy through openness and citizen participation. First is an invitation for all Korean citizens to join the Global Summit. It's from December 15 to 17. The website is ogpsummit.org. Please register and join.
Hello and welcome to the 2021 OGP Global Summit. This is a live streamed session. Our session title is Participation and Solidarity of Asian Civil Society for the Rights of Foreign Residents and Refugees. I'm Suk-Jung Lee, Senior Fellow of East Asia Institute, who will moderate this session. Let me briefly explain why this theme is important. The United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees estimated the number of immigrants that had to involuntarily migrate to other countries is about to be 82.4 million people globally. Of these migrants, only 26.5 million have international legal status as refugees that protects them from being forcibly repatriated to their home countries. Although the majority of refugees came from Middle East and North Africa, and we can see in the wake of Myanmar crisis that in Asia too, there will be an increasing number of refugees. And with the climate change, we can expect there will be more refugees and displaced people because of water shortages and food shortages, in addition to the internal political conflicts. However, the Asian civil society, for me, seems to be not engaging enough in this important topic. If we see two most vibrant democracies in Asia, South Korea and Japan, the refugee issues is not that welcomed, and many public shows tend to show more nationalistic and exclusive attitude. On the other hand, like Bangladesh and Thailand, they are disproportionately sharing the burden of taking refugees to their camp facilities. So therefore, I think it's very appropriate time for Asian civil society. They should not leave this issue to their own government or international organization. They have to engage in this common cause. So therefore, this session aims to identify the problems and directions for improvement by analyzing the current status of civil society participation of 5 countries in protecting and supporting refugees and migrants. I asked our distinguished 5 panelists to speak about 10 minutes, then I'll collect the questions from chat box. So if you have any questions, comments, just type down in the chat box. So let me introduce our panelists. Our first speaker is Professor Maiko Ichihara at the Graduate School of Law of Hitotsubashi University, Japan. She's been very active in democracy-related issues, and she serves on the steering committee of the World Movement for Democracy. Now, second speaker is Professor Trinuk Putsiastuti at the Research Center for Politics, National Research and Innovation Agency in Jakarta, Indonesia. And our third speaker is Professor Nurul Huda Saki at the Department of Government and Politics, Jahangirnagar University, Bangladesh. Our fourth speaker is Professor Young-Hoon Song at the Department of Political Science in Gangwon National University. Our last and fifth speaker is Ms. Shalida Tazaroen Suk. She is the director of the People's Empowerment Foundation, which is based in Bangkok, Thailand. Thank you very much for participating in this panel. So without further ado, let me invite Professor Maiko Ichihara to speak first.
Thank you very much, Suk-Jung, for your kind introduction. Let me begin by thanking the Open Government Partnership for giving us this great opportunity to talk about the Asian civil society and the rights of foreign residents and refugees. I also really appreciate the Asia Democracy Research Network on taking a wonderful leadership on it. The refugee issue is important for Japan in 2 ways. The first is that there are already a large number of refugees living in Japan. On the other hand, secondly, Japan has been too strict in refugee acceptance. Starting with the acceptance of Indochina refugees in the 1970s, Japan has been home to about 25,000 refugees and their children so far. The countries of origins for refugee applications so far are Myanmar, as well as Middle Eastern and African countries, such as the Democratic Republic of Congo, Yemen, Ethiopia, and Uganda. Of course, there are many more countries. However, the cases of refugee recognition in the country are notoriously few. According to the Japan Association for Refugees, the refugee status recognition rate in Japan is only 0.5% compared to 41% in Germany and 25% in the United States. And the number of refugees recognized each year is less than 50. The largest number of refugee applications was received in 2017, when nearly 20,000 people applied for refugee status, but only 20 of them were granted it. COVID-19 decreased the number of refugee applications, and in 2020, only about 4,000 people applied for refugee status, a decrease of about 62% compared to the previous year. Among them, only 47 people were granted refugee status, and 44 were allowed to stay in Japan due to humanitarian considerations, despite not as refugees. Criticism that Japan is too strict in accepting refugees has been strong domestically for some time, and NGOs in the fields of human rights and refugees have been persistently lobbying to improve the situation and accept more refugees. In response, the government has been using the third country resettlement program in recent years to accept refugees, especially from Myanmar. It has also been offering scholarships to Syrian refugees as refugee students, accepting up to 100 refugees over a 5-year period until this year. There was a move in the Diet as well. The Constitutional Democratic Party of Japan, the leading opposition party, submitted to the Diet a bill on the protection of refugees in an effort to better protect the rights of refugees by separating the provisions on refugee status from the current Immigration Control and Refugee Recognition Act. This would, first, allow a third-party committee independent of the Immigration and Refugee Recognition Agency to make refugee status determinations. Second, revise recognition standards that have been deviating from international standards. Third, ensure the transparency and appropriateness of the examination process. Fourth, ensure that refugee status is recognized in accordance with international norms. And fifth, livelihood support for asylum seekers be included in the law. So, as such, there have been some moves to improve the situation of refugee acceptance and also the living of refugees. However, the biggest challenge for Japan resides in emergency response. When it comes to emergency crisis response and acceptance of refugees, the Japanese government does not have a usable scheme for it. This year alone, despite the fact that the large number of people from Hong Kong, Myanmar, and Afghanistan sought a temporary refuge, Japan did not accept most of them. When a national soccer team from Myanmar came to Japan for a match, one of the players remained in Japan and applied for refugee status, which was granted, but such a case is rare. In response to the weakening of norms of civil liberties internationally, the avalanche of serious regression phenomena of civil liberties may continue in Asia and around the world. The number of refugees could skyrocket if more countries become unable to ensure freedom and security for their people. Japan has to take serious action to prepare an emergency response scheme to accept refugees from abroad. This fits well with human rights diplomacy of the current Kishida administration as well. Private actors are strengthening the recognition that they have to play roles in refugee acceptance and protection. For example, an NGO, Pathway Japan, was established this year, which provides support for refugees in Japan, provides scholarships to refugee students, and conducts crowdfunding campaigns to raise money for them. There are some individuals, mostly former officials of international organizations such as IOM and UNHCR, in addition to academics in some major universities, who are working to expand the refugee acceptance network in Japan. So in addition to these private actors' moves domestically in Japan, I would advocate that academia, not only in Japan, but in Asia overall, should expand its actions in collaboration with grant-making foundations and NGOs. In particular, we can play a significant role in acceptance of scholars and activists at risk, as well as refugees. In order to do this, it is necessary to share information about who specifically needs to evacuate and which institutions have available positions. Thus, I would like to advocate the formation of such an information sharing network among governments, academic institutions, and NGOs in Asia, as well as grant-making foundations all over the world for the creation of a framework for mutual assistance. I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Ichihara. Actually, South Korea and Japan share many same things, very low acceptance rate, and also very not positive public attitude. Maybe Professor Ichihara can mention later about the Japanese public's attitude on this refugee issues. And I appreciate your concrete suggestion of creating information sharing network between government and NGOs and grant-making foundations, etc. Thank you very much. Okay, now let me invite our second speaker, Professor Tri Nuk Pujastuti from Indonesia.
Okay, thank you. May I share my screen? Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Professor Seok-Jong Lee. First, I would like to express my gratitude that a part of this meeting. It is a very important meeting which held East Asia Institute. Distinguished speakers, participants, and also organizers. I will start with my presentations. In Indonesia, actually, it is not a new issue. We already start since 70 ago. So 70, the Indonesia has become one of the countries as temporary shelter refugee from other country who at the time were from Vietnam due to Indochina War. They were known as good people. And after that, late 1990, a pattern of refugee from various South Asia and Middle East has began. And then in the middle 2000s, actually some Rohingya began entered to Indonesia. However, several studies shows, including this compiled by civil society organizations and also scholars, show that Rohingya refugees were in the last wave in 2009 and 2012 and then 2015. The Andaman Sea crisis in May 2015 actually triggered Indonesia's civil societies and also NGO to develop the attention to asylum seekers and refugees. Indonesia is not a party of refugee convention, but the way of the policy is actually a part of humanitarian policy. And you know that a big role of UNHCR, IOM in handling refugee in the shelter according to the authority. But the success of handling is strongly influenced by active role civil society organizations and also NGO in the national and local level. At the time, we also a part of the ASEAN dialogue on forced migration that really push our government with Australia in terms of Bali process, because both are co-chair of Bali process, and at the time start again to develop how actually Bali process can run the situations better. As I mentioned, that ethnic Rohingya has been in Indonesia since 2000s. It's indicate that there was more than 1,100 Rohingya in Indonesia, but only in 2015 the number more than 1.3 thousands, and then now today the number actually decreased because not no flow again. No, until today we still have many flow of them continue, but many of them already resettlement, and also unfortunately also a part of the trafficking and smuggling to other country, especially to Malaysia. Unfortunately, also that the traffickers are also among of them. So it is really challenges for us to protect them, but among of them become trafficker for women in Rohingya. Okay. They are handled with the frame of humanitarians in Indonesia, which pushed by Indonesia's governments make a special regulations of refugee. And it is not only one government, one ministerial that responsible about that one, but the presidential regulations of the Republic Indonesia number 125 on 2016 concerning handling of refugee from overseas. Yes, the head of task force for handling it by Deputy 5 of Coordinator Minister of Public Order and Security in Indonesia, but they bring together many ministerial and also police and other institutions. So since that we have a special policy and institutional how to protect them, even though it's still challenges, because it's still we have still many problems, but we already have a special policy about that. And what's actually the participations and cooperations of the civil society? I am as a researcher already a part of the ASEAN dialogue on forced migrations. That's actually a track to that really as a think tank of Bali process. We also work together with UNHCR, IOM, and international and national NGOs, UN agency. For example, CWS, CRS, GRS, Dompet Duafa, Human Initiative, and the National Human Rights Commission, SWACA, and etc. Actually, we make a two level. Mostly as academicians, we mostly work in the level of policy recommendations. But NGO, national NGO and international, usually they work on the how to provide the medical assistance to care special needs of children, to distribute of the cash and allowance to the most vulnerable refugee, to help education assistance, to protect defense response of TUC. And all of this actually to assist the government to ensure that refugee and statelessness persons are protected and provides assistance. As I said before, that we still have a very a big challenges today, because the way of Indonesian people, the society, the mobility of Rohingya actually because of the conflict of Islam and Hinduism, but we know that actually not. So because of that, the majority in Indonesia who are Muslim usually sentiments of the Islamic Brotherhood. So Rohingya get special positions in terms of how to protect them. But actually the NGO and also civil society try to show we give all of the situations of refugee in Indonesia, we pay attention to them, all of them, not only to Rohingya. And what's actually the future? The future actually is still a part of the challenges for us, because we believe that to improve human rights and equality life of refugee is a must, because we also a part of a global compact on refugee, even though we are not part UN party of a refugee convention, but we are ratify UN human rights. So it is a very challenges for us how to improve that one. And one thing that now we still work in that area, actually try to increase access to educations, especially for the child refugee, how they can get access in the formal on the public school. It is still challenges for us, but ongoing, we work together with the ministerial and also improve the access to health and the capacity building. Even though it's the last one is still far away, but we try to move on in that area, because we believe that we have a good practice in, especially in educations. It is as an alternative pathway to the third country. So it is a very important to be pushed to our government to do that. Yeah, I will stop here, and thanks a lot for this opportunity. Back to you, Professor So.
Thank you very much, Professor Pujastuti. I didn't know that in Indonesia, you actually have quite many CSOs working on refugee issues. And maybe at the second round of discussion, I'd like to know, you had mentioned there are about 13,000 refugees in your country. I'd like to know the residential location. Are they concentrated in a specific region or city, or they are scattered? Because that's very important with the relationship with the local residents. Thank you very much. And our third speaker is Professor Nurul Saqib. Professor Saqib, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. Thank you very much, Professor Lee, for inviting me this very important session and important seminar. I'm glad to be talk in this panel as a discussion as one of the panel members. So we are going to talk about the participation and solidarity of Asian civil societies for the rights of the foreign residents and refugees. And I'm going to talk about one of the important issues that Bangladesh is facing currently, and this the Rohingya refugee issues and their status, and what are the civil societies doing in Bangladesh for securing their rights and also the future of the Rohingya refugees. So the work rights, civil society space, and future Rohingya refugees. So if I look at the background of the Rohingya refugee, and you can and it's basically, you can say that it start from 1991, and we had like over 50,000 refugees came in Bangladesh, settled in Bangladesh into the refugee camps, and that's official. And there are over like another 5 lakhs refugee was in Bangladesh, but that didn't count. So Bangladesh had that particular problem from 1991, and the recent one, the 2017 genocide, it's become worse, and it's become worse. And Bangladesh, what we think that Bangladesh did wonderfully well to give them shelter, immediate shelter. And during that time, the community, the entire community, the civil society, there are like volunteer organization, faith-based organization, they all came up whatever they had in Bangladesh, and people rushed there with their every earning, every savings they had. And we also witnessed, several people spend like if they had like $10,000 savings, they just give them for their shelter. And some people, those who are farmer, they basically give the shelter, give shelter to the refugees in their backyard. So that was the situation, and there is like kind of a uniformity among this host community in Bangladesh, and as a result, we can see that right now, if we talk about formally, there are like over 1 million refugees in Bangladesh, but informally there are like 1.5 million refugees in Bangladesh. So most of them basically stay in the Ukhia and Teknaf and some of in the hilly areas of Bangladesh. So and also Bangladesh, what Bangladesh did in 2020, they started to relocate some of the Rohingyas to the remote island called Bhasanchar, which is the island basically 34 kilometers away from Chittagong, and it was new island that had some climate issues, and not some says that this is not a livable place for them. But Bangladesh built a shelter for the for the refugees in there for their own funding, and it's not for, it's basically for Bangladesh government think they are not going to use that particular shelter for Rohingya for a long time. Maybe when the repatriation occur, they might send them to back. But for temporary shelter, they build that, and the Bangladesh government had a plan to move like 100,000 refugees in there. But at present, there are 19,000 refugees are in there. They are living in there. And with that issue, Bangladesh had some sort of debate with the UN organization, UNHCR, United Nations, and because the people feared that, and the humanitarian organization feared that this place is is a cyclone-prone area. This is not a livable place, and this is very some sort of issues with that as well. And also there are some NGOs, local NGOs also protesting that, and that's how have some political economy here as well. So Bangladesh basically maintained the whole refugee process through Ministry of Disaster and Management Relief, and they call RRC. They have a office called RRC, that is Refugee Relief and Repatriation Commission. So the Bangladesh basically maintained these things with this department. They also negotiate, and they process all things with United Nations there. And another thing that the work rights of the Rohingyas. So you have to know that maybe you know that Bangladesh doesn't recognize the Rohingya refugee as a refugee. Bangladesh, because Bangladesh didn't sign the UN Convention against the refugee status in 1951. So rather Bangladesh call them as they replace Myanmar nationals forcibly displaced nationals. So that's why Bangladesh don't want to give the refugee rights they will have. So therefore, they don't have any formal work rights in Bangladesh. So rather than the formal work rights, the refugees are basically working in the camps, inside the camps, as a volunteer. So that has minimum space. And also, there are some informal work done by the refugees, the host community, the local people use them for paying to pay minimum wages. So that's how the entire thing works. And there are also, the patron-client network also works because many hosts, many aid workers use them for their purpose, for research purpose, for information, and the host people who are involved in some of the illegal activities like drug, prostitution, they use them informally. So that is a totally informal way. And the civil society in that case, as I said, that civil society at the initial time from 2017, we saw that it was spontaneous and it was informal, but it was spontaneous, and they informally helped them and give them shelter. But the biggest NGOs that we have in Bangladesh, such as like BROG, they didn't came forward that way. So the NGOs that we have, the civil society think that we have, they are more following as working with the guidelines of the UN. So they don't raise their voice as should be in Bangladesh. Rather, the entire refugee management process basically dominated by the UN organization or international NGOs, and the civil society in Bangladesh basically work as a consultant. They are more working as a research purpose and consultancy work. They don't basically entirely engage with that, and there is a particular reason for that, because the civil society from the very beginning in the history of Bangladesh, they are either partisan or they are either divided. There is two groups of civil society, and they in all the time there is lacking of neutrality. They basically don't criticize the government. They try to align with the government in more cases. And also, and another issues that we had in Bangladesh is that civil society also divided in the sense that whether they should focus on the human security or the national security, because the national security is a big concern in the context of Bangladesh. Because if you think about the refugee situation of the Europe or the refugee situation in Bangladesh, is the same, because Bangladesh don't have the capacity to accommodate such a number of people, and also they after the I did another research and to understand the attitudes of the local people, and that particular attitudes basically have changed over the years. What was happened in 2017 is not the same right now. In recent years, it's not the same situation. People are not liking them. People are not happy with them because they are taking their employment through informal work. They are engaged in terrorist activities. They are engaged in drug trafficking. So also some of the host community using them. That's true, but there is some sort of tension going on between these two groups. So another group of civil society is basically don't like that, whether they should keep work rights or helping them. They should be, rather than they think that they should be repatriated as soon as possible. So that is why it's very difficult for the civil society in Bangladesh to work and think about the work rights in Bangladesh. And because of the economic situation, this condition that we have, the problem we had in Bangladesh, this is entirely difficult. So I'll stop in here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saki, for sharing very interesting and very what's going on and stories in your refugee camps. You mentioned there were about 50,000 Rohingya refugees, official number, but actually if you add up many things, informally there can be 1.5 million refugees. And also you mentioned your government relocated the Rohingya refugees to Pachanjo, a remote island.
Remote island, yeah.
And one thing that strikes me is that actually civil society organization in your country is not directly participating in this matter. Rather, they are just assisting international organizations. So that was very interesting. And also the many local residents are developing more negative attitude toward the Rohingya refugees today compared to the initial crisis year of 2017. So you may explain more at the second round of discussion. Thank you very much. Okay, let's move to the South Korea case. Let me invite Professor Song Young-hoon. Professor Song, you are muted.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Professor Lee, for inviting me to this symposium and giving me some opportunity to introduce some refugee issues in South Korea. When I came back to Korea in 2011, after I finished my PhD program, refugee issues were a very new research agenda in Korea. And 10 years later, recently, many young scholars are exploring the humanitarian and human rights issues of refugees. And the number of NGOs for refugees has increased, and the public awareness has been extended. But although the public opinion is split over the refugee issues, let me introduce a brief history of government policy for refugees. South Korean government acceded to the 1951 Refugee Convention and 1967 Protocol in December 1992. And 10 years later, in February 2001, the government recognized its first refugees. And in July 2013, the government enforced the Refugee Act of Korea. And in December 2015, the government launched a pilot resettlement for refugees. And let's just look at some statistics of refugees applications and refugee recognition by year. A total of 72,800 refugee applications were received in South Korea from 1994 to September 2021. In 2020, there were 6,684 refugee applications. It's compared to 2019 refugee applications filed compared to 2019, refugee applications filed in 2020 decreased by 57% compared to the year before. And the rate of recognition in South Korea in 2020 was 1.1. What is the lowest record in history? The average rate of refugee recognition rate from 2013, when the refugee law was enacted, to 2020 is only about 3.5%. This rate is much lower than the average rate of refugee recognition before refugee law was enacted, which was almost about 19%. In 2020, similarly to 2019, religion and political opinion had been the biggest reasons for filing refugee applications. The total applications have decreased by 8,768 cases. Statistics on political opinion, race, member of a particular social group have fluctuated in the past 4 to 5 years. But applications due to religion has increased every year since 2008, but except 2020. And this table shows the statistics refugee applications by country of origin. The largest nationalities represented in refugee applications between 1994 and December 31st, 2020 are Chinese, Kazakhstan, Pakistan, Russia, and Egypt, in order from the largest. But in 2020, Russian applicants filed the largest number of overall applications. This table shows the refugee recognition by country of origin. Myanmar is the most represented country of origin among refugee status holders, comprising 33% of overall refugee status holders from 1994 to 2020. But the next most represented countries are Ethiopia, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Iran. The humanitarian status is currently being granted at the immigration office's discretion after the rejection of refugee applications. The largest portion of humanitarian status holders representing 53% is from Syria, and the second largest, representing 29%, is from Yemen. For the legal and protection, the recognized refugees has the rights and treatments, and they have the rights. The refugees, recognized refugees, were given an F2 resident visa, which is grant stable status of stay in Republic of Korea. And also the government issue the refugee travel documents for refugees to travel outside Korea. And also the spouse and underage children of refugees may enter and stay in Korea after obtaining a C3 short-term general visa at the Korean diplomatic mission overseas. And also refugees are guaranteed for social security at the same level as for Korean citizens in accordance with the Framework Act on Social Security. And also refugees can receive health insurance benefits as a district subscriber in Korea. And also they provided the medical care services, and also if the refugees or refugees' children are less than 19 years old, they can receive the same level of primary and secondary education as Korean citizens. And social integration program also provided, especially the Korean language classes are very important measure for refugees for their successful settlements in Korean society. And the vocational training program also provided by the government And then let's look at the treatment, the rights and treatment of the humanitarian status holders. The humanitarian status holders are given a G1 visa, and they can apply for the extension of stay for up to 1 year per applications. And government cannot forcibly return them to their country of origin or country of habitual residence. And also they are allowed to work, but they are allowed to work in a non-professional field. And also humanitarian status holders also have an access to assistance services, including residence, medical care, education, fitness, and counseling, and others. These services are provided by the Refugee Support Center, is running by the government, the Ministry of Justice. And the Refugee Act kind of highlights the procedural right of refugee status applicants. The applicants have the right to receive the assistance of an attorney and to bring and be seated with trusted individuals during applicant's refugee interview. And they have the rights to request interpretation services from a professional refugee interpreter of the same sex or other qualified individuals. And also they have the rights to confirm applicants' refugee interview records in language he or she understands. And they have the rights to request access or a copy of applicants' refugee records. And the refugee applicants are permitted to stay in Korea until the determination procedure, and then support and the government support for living expenses, and they are permitted to work. And there is the refugee center is running by the government, provide residential support. And if they need a health checkup, their government provide financial support. And then the government, the young children, they can access to the elementary and secondary education services. But there are a few of the NGOs for refugees in South Korea. But I would like to introduce two major organizations. There is a coalition of major Korean law firms for refugee assistance. They created this coalition to financially support refugee rights organization, which is Nansen Refugee Human Rights Center, and to provide professional legal assistance to asylum seekers in Korea. The Korean society has focused on providing legal services for asylum seekers. But nowadays, the organizations, kind of expanding their role to assist the resettlement of the refugees or the humanitarian status holders in South Korea. So the Nansen Refugee Rights Center is Nansen Human Rights Center is one of the most influential civil organization in South Korea. They provide the Nansen provide some information for refugee applicants, and also provide the legal protection for any refugees and humanitarian status holders. And they are leading. It is a leading organization to advocate refugee issues, and also they are very nowadays they become release some the analysis of the refugee related data. So it is very helpful for many scholars and activists. But South Korean society has been divided over refugee issues. I just captured this title of the newspaper. The politicians are very cautious, and they utilize refugee issues for their political interest. And some netizens can criticize the refugee the acceptance, and there's some civic groups advocate and welcome the refugees. This is the photos of the demonstration. The left side is the left side. The people are kind of demanding or the government to protect the citizen first. They kind of they don't want the government to accept refugees, but the other the right side, the people are kind of pushing the government to accept refugees. You know, in 2018, these group of people held demonstrations in the middle of this whole city of Seoul, and then they just the distance was only 100 meters of between the two groups, and I just from time to time whenever I have a chance to suggest the government, I kind of ask the government officials to provide some financial support to the NGOs, and then they the government NGOs, so that NGOs can provide some the everyday life services for the refugees. For me, the main problem of refugee assistance and protection services in South Korea is government try to do everything for refugees, but I don't see any possibility for the success of that kind of policies. The government should, in my view, government should collaborate with the NGOs in South Korea because the South Korean NGOs have some financial funding problems for their activities, and also I would like to ask my colleagues in South Korea and whether they are ready to host refugees. And thank you. I stop here, and then I will respond to the following questions.
Thank you very much, Professor Song, for detailing the difference between refugee status and also humanitarian status people inside South Korea. And also you introduced the Nansen Refugee Human Rights Center as an umbrella organization. However, they are more specialized in legal advice rather than advocacy activities. So we need a more CSOs to advocate the rights of immigrants and refugees. And I wonder at the second round of discussion, why the Korean politicians, like in Japanese opposition party members, are not promoting the law, trying to give more rights to refugees? Because are they too sensitive to public opinion? Maybe you can, discuss this issue later. Okay, our final speaker is Ms. Tazaru Enshku from Thailand.
Yes, thank you, Professor Lee, and also organizer that allow me to have a chance to talk about the refugee in Thailand, which I think that is very important. TF is a national human rights organization based in Bangkok, Thailand. We're working to support humanitarian work for refugee, asylum seeker, and also internally displaced persons in each country. For my presentation, I will focus on the Burmese refugee, Uyghur refugee, Cambodia refugee, Thai asylum seeker, and also Afghanistan refugee. The first group is really the Myanmar. We will separate the Myanmar asylum seeker in Thailand into different categories. The first group is about the protection, the protester in Myanmar. That co-organized by the workers' strike group to fight against Burmese militaries, which you can see from the news about the brave of the Burmese people. They will continue fight with high commitment till the people will win. It may be 1 year, maybe 3 years, or maybe 10 years. It also depends on the outside condition. For example, the power of China, of the UN, of international community. I mentioned the name as Russia, ASEAN. So that is the outsider condition to make revolution in Myanmar fast or slow. CSO in Asia countries organized many public conferences, updated and sharing situation inside Myanmar, joint statement, submitted policy to the policy maker and to the ASEAN level. We support Myanmar people and try to convince our government to deny Min Aung Hlaing and support the National Unity Government NUG, or at least accepted proxy democracy. This is the picture that I think that everybody see, from Myanmar, in the Myanmar countries. The CDM, or the Civilian Disobedience Movement. This group is the people who deny to work for the government and cross border to Thailand and India for safety. The UNHCR and many countries' embassy working to support resettlement of this group quietly. Many stay in the Mesot province in Chiang Mai and also in Bangkok, which there are some donor and NGO that fully support this group of the people. The NGO in Thailand is the agency to receive money from donor to support Myanmar organization activities program in Thailand. The next group will be the People Defense Armed Force. The students and young people join the armed force of the ethnic minorities group like the Karen and set up the People Liberation Army, PLA. They start fighting right now, which we are alert for humanitarian support for people or temporary refugees who will cross border for safety if they are fighting in the ethnic area. Thai's policy does not allow to build up the new refugee in Thailand anymore. And yesterday, I would like to share with you that they are start fighting in Myanmar inside Myanmar, and there are 3,000 people from Myanmar cross border to Thailand. And the Thai local authority now set up temporary relocation for them in Metao Klang School. And tomorrow I will go to Mesot to see them and also to bring the blanket and also some food to contribute to them. And now we are raise fund to support this group of the people. And this is a picture from NUG for the PLA that they set up in the jungle, not to fight against the militaries. The next group is will be the refugees and IDP and also COVID-19 vaccine. I would like to share with you the feeling when I visit the IDP camp in Myanmar. It is like we get through the time machines. The first time machines. We are living in freedom society, free to go, free to eat, free to stay. But when we get into the refugee camp, you will find many conditions of living of the refugee people. They cannot go out from the camp, get only 3 cents a day for their living costs. It's very low. And also for everyone that I met, they would like to go back to their hometown. There are 9 refugees camp along Thai-Myanmar border. It's not include the new refugee temporary shelter that they came yesterday. No? There are around 90,000 refugee people in the 9 refugee camp along Thai-Myanmar border. They are living in 9 refugee camp for more than 20 years. The second time machine that I would like to share with you, when we went to the mountain, cross the jungle to visit the IDP camp, there's shortage of food, water, and blanket. It is very cool in the mountain forest. I would like also to ask all of you if you want to donate some money to buy the blanket for the IDP people. CSO consult among ourselves how to maintain water supply to the mountain IDP camp so they can grow corn and vegetable for their food and have water enough for their life. And this is some picture in the refugee camp. You can see that they run out of the water. People when they have some waters from the stream, but very little, and people must be wait the water drop by drop until they full of the tank that they carry, the small tank that they carry. And this is very terrible, the whole day and the whole night that people waiting for the water to use in their life, so they cannot take a bath. Usually the water is been used for cooking and also drinking water. The next, it will be the time machines of IDP in Myanmar. This information I got by interview the Ministry of Home Ministry of NUG. There are many people who would like to go to the IDP camp for safety, but because of the camp cannot manage under lacking of life condition, people hiding in the jungle under the protection of ethnic armed group. They are not safe. Big city in the ethnic area was burned out. People must moving and hiding, no food, no shelter. The humanitarian CSO in Myanmar try to help these people. For example, in sometimes they're living in the church, and the church was attacked by the Tamador, the military, Myanmar military. 2 church priests were arrested, and the Turanni National Progressive Party tried to negotiate to release 2 priests. But 32 humanitarian NGO who were arrested, we don't know where they are right now. The next is about the migrant worker, Burmese migrant worker. Because of the fighting and economic down and COVID-19, the Burmese people crossed border to work in Thailand. Many of them were arrested and pushed back. CSO tried hard to lobby Thai government to register newcoming and give the vaccination to them. And also Myanmar CSO community with donor to give vaccine to the people along the border. We work with Thai Red Cross and Thai authority to accept vaccine abroad, for example, from USA, from India, and other countries to vaccination the refugee, migrant worker, and asylum seeker. Sorry. This is the picture of a migrant worker who crossed border to Thailand. This is in the Sangkhlaburi, in the deep south, in the south of Thailand, that they be arrested by the Thai authorities. The situation of women and children. Everyone has risk in Myanmar. Women, youth stand in front with the men, fight against military. Some women were arrested and they been bring to the police station or military camp. All of them were raped and killed at the end. So sad. The second group that I would like to share with you is about the Uyghur refugee in Thailand. The result of the International Refugee Tribunal in UK was clearly said that the China genocide the Uyghur people. So in 2013, there are 500 Uyghur came to Thailand seeking protection, but 109 were sent back to China and 189 women and children sent to Turkey. Right now, there are 50 to 50 Uyghur in Thai Immigration Detention Center or IDC. They are separated into 1 or 2 Uyghur in each IDC, prevent them to break out the detention centers. Thailand has good relationship with China. The Uyghur in Thailand was considered as a special security topic under the National Security Council control. No clear policy, cannot visit, the NGO cannot visit, UNHCR cannot visit. They are very isolated in Thailand. CSO monitors and advocacy for them, but no improvement because of China. PF write the elimination of all form of discrimination, racial discrimination report submit to the UN Search Committee. In the concluding observation mentioned that the protection measure and should not send them back to face was dangerous in the original country. But that is the thing that we should be monitored at how that Thai government will implement with this group. CSO provide lawyer and support food and medicines for the Uyghur in detention center. And this is the picture of the 2 Uyghur in the Mukdahan IDC in the detention centers. We set up the new the Thai worker group for Uyghur composed with lawyers, advocacy NGOs, and academics. We collecting data for 50 cases in IDC and alert the securities. We don't know that in case that they will be sent back to China. I don't know how that we can protect them because every evacuation or send back is will be under the top secret of the implementation of the authority. The third group that I would like to share with you is about the Cambodian asylum seeker. On 14 November this year, Prime Minister Hun Sen asked Thailand to send member of the CNRP, the Cambodian National Rescue Party, who living in Thailand from 2017 after the party was dissolved. They were sent back, include one woman to Phnom Penh prison. PF helped the group who remained in Thailand by moving them into the safe place, and the Good Embassy intervened to bring them to the third countries. I mentioned the name Canada, Switzerland, and also USA. Right now, they have 32 of the Cambodian asylum seeker. They are in the process for resettlement in the third countries. The Cambodia will be the chair of the ASEAN next year, 2022. The conflict among the ASEAN on Myanmar on refugee will be worse and worse under the chairperson of the Cambodia. And this is a picture of the campaign of the Cambodia people to release the people, the CNRP member who was arrested. And I share a little bit about the Thai political asylum seeker, Kun Wan Chalerm, living in Phnom Penh, and he was forced disappearing, and both countries deny responsibility of his case. The fourth group will be the Afghanistan refugee. This group is faced difficulty with policy block. One Afghanistan family was accepted by Chiang Mai University to get research fellowship, but Thai government doesn't allow them to go to Thailand, didn't give the visa to them. For the Thai did not ratify a refugee convention. However, in every UN mechanism like UPR and other treaty report suggestion Thailand to ratify the refugee convention, but Thailand does not consider because they are afraid that it will be a pull factor of the refugee from neighboring country. UNHCR's role in very limited because if Thailand government did not allow UNHCR to do anything, they cannot take any action. UNHCR work very low profile in Thailand. However, the words of the POC, the people of concern of UNHCR is what considered as an illegal entry to Thailand, and they can charge of with the illegal entry into Thailand anytime. But however, in case of Cambodia who can living, that because of the authority closed their eye. But in case that when Hussein asked to send them back to Cambodia, they cannot deny. So I thank you and would like to stop my presentation here and welcome for one of the questions. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Ms. Tazaren Suk. Oh, this is very fascinating story because you have 5 groups, so the refugee group from Myanmar and Uyghur and Cambodia and Afghanistan. And I, compared to other countries, we can see there's a very high profile political issues, especially in the case of refugees from Uyghur. So you have an issue with China. So it's a very much concerning issue as well. Okay, I will continue to collect questions from our chat box. So if audience, if you have any questions, just type up your question to chat box. And for the remaining hours, I'd like to give several minutes to each panelist to respond to some questions I raised when after you finish your presentation, and maybe one more. So let me invite Michael Ichihara. And I'm wondering, you mentioned the Japanese government is weak in the case of emergency crisis. For example, if there is the crisis in Afghanistan, Korean government accepted several hundreds, but the contribution to South Korea is a kind of newly made name, but you don't seem to have, for example, do you have a humanitarian status refugees rather than the Orthodox refugee status? Then it'll be easier to accept more refugees temporarily. So maybe some rigid legal scheme is preventing for Japanese government to act quickly. So I'm curious. And also, as I pointed out, in how come the Japanese politicians became quite much active in trying to legislate this more humanitarian law to respond to refugees. So Michael.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So am I to respond to your question that you just raised, and also that question that you raised after my talk? Okay, yeah. So then, thank you so much. Well, first of all, as for the very first question that you raised, the public sentiment on refugees, how the Japanese public is looking at it. I would argue that indeed it's true that there is a strong sort of anti-refugee sentiment in Japan as well as in South Korea. But I would maybe more accurate way of looking at it is that we have greater polarization when it comes to refugee issues, because I see that those progressive side are becoming more and more proactive in advocating for the rights of refugees and also the importance of accepting refugees, especially those people in NGOs and as well as university students and high school students. They are really active in going to the street and raising funds and conducting lobbying and so forth. So they are actually becoming much more supportive of acceptance of refugees compared to the past. But on the other hand, those conservatives are showing their opinions on SNS and also Yahoo Japan, which is the largest platform of aggregator sites in Japan, where they show very strong anti-refugee sort of sentiment. But when I see this, I try to be careful because we have a number of trolls commenting online. So if you look at it and if you think that there is sort of a near consensus of anti-refugees in Japan, then that might be overstated. And also as for the question about emergency response and whether Japan has human rights refugee status, I'm not sure whether Japan has human rights refugee status, but there are sort of other ways to accept people other than refugees. And one case in point is those people in people from Myanmar. After the coup occurred, the government decided to, Ministry of Justice decided to extend the visa of those Myanmar people residing in Japan. So they maintain their status as students or workers and so forth. So this is while this was nearly refugee sort of acceptance sort of move, but they did not use the term refugee. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. To Professor Pujastuti, it sounds like you have a rather longer history of refugees, and you have quite active CSOs. But I'm wondering, because Indonesia is such an important country in ASEAN, is there any effort for Indonesian government to come up with the common framework, ASEAN framework, to respond to the refugees from 10 member countries?
Okay, thank you, Professor Sokchong Lee. First, I would like to inform you what's your comment in the first part. Actually, 13,000 refugees in Indonesia. It is smaller, really smaller than Thailand, Malaysia, and also Bangladesh. But for us, it's a big number because we have a huge populations and really huge country. They usually live in the community house that built by IOM and also our Ministerial of Social. And beside that also there are some detentions that become a part of their life. Usually some of them, because not all in that community house and also detention that in we have from Aceh until in East Nusa Tenggara. So there are many places, and around a half of them they live among their own community. So in a small community, independently, and mostly they can work, but informal, because Indonesia's government doesn't allow them to work formally. Yes, Indonesia is one of the important country in Southeast Asia, especially in the ASEAN's community. But in terms of this issue, especially refugee, it is not easy in ASEAN's term. Why? Because if we talk about in ASEAN, refugee and asylum seekers usually still a part of political security ASEAN community, not social cultural community. So it means they are a part of the trafficking and smuggling. And we know well that's why the government still put in that positions, because they look at the process of the move to many countries in ASEAN that mostly a part of the trafficking and smuggling. So they still put there. Yes, ASEAN, Indonesians push ASEAN to promote human rights declarations on ASEAN, yes. But in terms of refugee, still takes time, still challenges for us, especially when we talk with Myanmar, because you know, when Andaman Sea crisis, Indonesia, Thailand, and Malaysia start to talk trilateral, but actually not success enough. At the time, we see that the situations is not same every single country, and when we talk about refugee, mostly outside of ASEAN, except Rohingya or many other ethnics in Southeast Asia, especially from Myanmar. So it takes time, it is challenges how to promote it in ASEAN level.
Thank you very much. Let me turn to Dr. Skib. Your story was very much stimulating and fascinating. Actually, Bangladesh is accepting and housing most Asian refugees in your camp. And you mentioned because your government didn't sign up the UN Convention on Refugees, you used the displaced national rather than refugees. And you said actually those people, living in camps, working in the local community under the cheaper labors, but at the same time, the local residents are developing some anxiety toward those refugees. So I'm wondering how much they are contributing to informal economy of neighbors, near to the camp, and whether the poor local residents are competing with the refugees over jobs.
Yeah, I mean, this is very interesting in the sense that because the earlier time, those people welcome them from the humanitarian ground, but when they see that these refugees are more, expert and they are very hardworking compared to some of the locals, so and they can work in a cheap labor. So people are recruiting them, those who are a bit solvent. They rather than the host, they are recruiting those refugees informally, and as a result, the host, who are basically the poor people, used to work, used to have better pay. Those are not being hired by the other host people. So that is where the conflict arises. This is one point, and another one is that in many schools, there are dropouts because of many people, many who drop out because they are working in the camps as a volunteer. So some of the college going boys, like 18 or 19, working as an interpreter, or working as a volunteer with the aid agencies, local NGOs. So this is also one thing. And also the traffickers. So there are some hosts though who are some also politically aligned, politically involved, are using that. And there are some of the terrorist organizations, they are trying to recruit them as a militant. So altogether, it makes the whole issue a bit complex compared to the time when it started. And also some of the locals, I mean those we call broker, those also helping the refugees to get out of the camp, like with the exchange of $5 to $10. So and they're helping them to get out of the camps, and they are mixing with the local people. They are going to Chittagong or other districts as well. So this is why the conflict, the issues be bit more complex. And that is why government, because of the situation is getting more complex, the overcrowded. That is why government took the plan to move them like 100,000 people into Bhasanchar, which has better facilities compared to the current the camps they are in. Because in those shelter home, they call the in Bhasanchar, they have like one room for 4 people. So if someone have 8 persons, if some families have 8 persons, they will get 2 rooms. And they're building some schools as well. They have some also government also developing some agri-based economy in the island as well. So that is one progress that we can have compared to the government effort to
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Saqib. We have only 2 minutes left, so I will just ask Professor Song to respond rather briefly.
Okay. When the South Korean government bring in some Afghans in August 26, 2021, the public support the government policy, and then they're very welcome to accept Afghan as a special contributors. But this overwhelming public support cannot be interpreted as a dramatic change in South Korean public perception towards refugees. And also, the lawmakers, some lawmakers of the opposition party keep asking, how can you assure that no one among the 400 Afghans has ties to the Taliban? And the leader of the main opposition People Power Party also said that when refugees from African countries whose lifestyle, religion, and culture are different than ours, then they come to Korea, what is their purpose? They are trying to reframing the issue for their own political interests. Not all Afghans should be recognized as refugees. At the same time, not all Afghans are tied with fundamentalism. So according to the refugee law, we must recognize that they have the right to seek asylum here in South Korea. So the South Korean society have to rely on the refugee status determination procedure rather than kind of discriminating the refugee applicants.
Thank you, Professor.
So,
and then Ms. Taja Ruensuk, can you just maybe wrap up why we understand you are very difficult situations, how international organizations can assist Thailand in responding to these politically sensitive issues?
Yes, at national level, it's very difficult for all of us to working on that level, and also at ASEAN level. Next year, as I mentioned, that the Cambodia will be the chair of the ASEAN, and usually the Cambodia is also close with China. Also, China is also support Cambodia, so you can see the power of the China in ASEAN countries. But right now, I know that American try to come and also take back their power in the ASEAN country. For example, the diplomat of the US came to meet quietly with the Thai government. So we hope that in the next year, after Cambodia is the chair of the ASEAN, it will be Indonesia, and we can work together with the Indonesian civil society to make pressure to the government, ASEAN government, to make change on the refugee, which I think that is very important for every refugee to have dignity of life to live. Especially, I don't know, at that time, what happened of the situation on Myanmar and also the Uyghur. For the Uyghur is very difficult for Cambodia and also Myanmar. I think that is really need some support from the ASEAN and also international community. As I share in my presentation about the report of the UN mechanism, and we think that the UN mechanism is also can also help to do the pressure to the Thai government. But however, we also keep monitors about the suggestion of UPR and also for the search of concluding observation, how that the Thai government implement about the suggestion and also concluding observation. But however, maybe I will talk behind the scene that I would like to send the Afghanistan to South Korea. Is it possible?
Okay, thank you very much,
Thank you.
Chalida. Okay, the time is running up, and we are just over time. And it was fascinating panel. You know, frankly speaking, I have to admit how ignorant I am about our Asian neighbors' refugee situations. So I guess we have to understand each other's the legal measures and also the how the government policies. And at the same time, we all agree that the civil society organizations and intellectuals and professionals and academia and lawyers should engage in this common cause. And so we have to start, with the data sharing and understanding the situation each other. And then we can unify some corporations at the regional level. It was very, very live and then dynamic discussions and presentation. And thank you so much for the outstanding 5 speakers. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. A pleasure to share the information updated among us, to move forward with the policy pushing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.